Good morning, the 19th of August and day number 2. Good evening, or good morning to the staff and good morning to you, councillors. Good morning to the people watching this on live view. This day I've been calling deliberations, debating and decision making. We had some good people here today. That's what we should be doing, or what they felt. And there's also a book full of people who said the same or expressed their opinion. So it was great. So we have to use them and we will use them. I'll give it to Tony. She will tell us how we're going to start off with today and what is the best option to run it properly. But let's go from there and let's do it right. Tony.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all slept well after a big day yesterday of hearing a lot of different perspectives and complexities. Today, we're just going to start by working through the revenue and financing policy. We have tackled it in the same way in which your revenue and finance policy summary book has laid it out, so we're doing it issue by issue. Before we leap straight into the first issue, which will be stock water, Richard and I are just going to take a wee moment just to remind you about the purpose of the revenue and financing policy.
Thank you. That's great.
So the policy sets out how we fund each service and activity that we are involved in and why. Our approach is to allocate a percentage to each service, which is based on who benefits. And the draft policy, which is what we consulted on, contains the various benefits for ratepayers in the funding of services and activities. Richard.
So, as the Chairman has already explained, we're going to be considering and reflecting on the feedback that you've received from the community and then deliberating on various options and determining what your preferred options are. The decisions that you're making will effectively become effective after the adoption of the long-term plan in 2021. So the current draft policy will be updated as a result of these decisions, and then there will be a consultation on the full long-term plan in March, April of 2021, which will reaffirm the policy.
So for each in front of us today, or for each major decision you have to make as a council, we're first to go back to the principle that guided why we proposed what we proposed in the first place, just to refresh your mind. So this was a lot of the work that you through before she went on paternity leave, looking at the and who are the beneficiaries of the activities that we provide. Missions in the summary booklet. It'll be your chance to do the debate and deliberate, and then as officers, third option that you want to see in the draft plan, the draft policy.
And one of the I think will be helpful as you're making each of these decisions are these two issues: fairness and equity, or in the vernacular, is this a fair and equitable decision? Is anybody being disproportionate? And we certainly heard some people express their views on what disadvantage yesterday. And the second reflect on is, are the principles consistent with each other? Kind of thinking about the different decisions that you're making on the different elements. And I don't know whether you're thinking last night after the rain out of stock water, but there are a number of other decisions. And so trying to think about, are we being consistent in our approach across, we recommend you keep in mind.
That leads us to the elephant in the room, which is really to do. If we take a look back to the principles of why we got to where we got the document, the draft policy, and then the subsequent consultation document, service is they were less likely to have the long lengths of water race adjoining. Council proposed what they proposed between users in a fairer way. They put alternative water supplies by reducing cross-subsidy. Means of distributing stock water. Look at the submissions that we received. You received 105 submissions. Key ones being that many people do not want or use their stock water races. Some, they were facing a huge increase in their rate for a relatively small. So we suggest now that we come to the summary document.
Yes, great.
Yep, sure thing. So of those 105 or 50%, they told council they do right now. The 8% supported council's proposal of fixing the cost of $600 for around 700.
Yes,
Of the 105, I'd assume there's probably 100 a race, but we're not talking about getting rid of races today. We're trying to sort out how we charge them anymore until you do it.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. That was the service. We are still providing it. We will still be planning to provide it under the in terms of a closure program.
No.
For the probably the 95%, whatever it was. What they were telling us.
There are two questions in my mind. You're prepared to review this work. The underlying problem, which is that you have quantity of stock water to a small number of users. So I think that's it's unfair. So a program of addressing the future of the races.
And if we had stuck to the timelines of this, we probably wouldn't be here with. To keep that one going as well. No.
Here for a lot of people was $500 or $600. What I'm saying, a lot of people didn't realize that that document was here.
But I believe we have to make a decision today. In 2024, why on earth would you put a policy councils has not been met? That's why we're here today. We wanted to, but if we're not going to fund something in
what I perceived listening believed that a stock water race was man-made, it was part of the system. There is confusion. We need to get that sorted out. And intimated, and I think as
options, and I'll move to those to show you. There's option 1, option 2, and option 3. They were what we consulted on. Probably the one that's of most interest. I actually might pass this to Richard. You develop these.
Yep. So these are other options that are out there, and what I would add to Tony's comments is that when you do diverge from the options on which you consulted, you start to introduce a degree of risk of challenge around your decision. So it's a question, and there's always risk in any decision. So it's just a matter of understanding the risk and being prepared to make a decision that is acceptable to you. So option 4 is what I call the policy-only approach. And this is actually addressed in some of the material you've already had from officers. This is to say that the revenue and financing policy really only requires us to say, for example, that we would continue with a policy where we do have a minimum charge and we do have a per metre rate, and the decision on what the minimum charge is and what the per metre rate is a decision that comes with the LTP. It's kind of a sitting on the fence type approach. It certainly doesn't give the submitters a sense of where you're going next, and that uncertainty after the submissions we've heard brings with it a different kind of risk, kind of a political risk, and you may be uncomfortable leaving your community hanging with that amount of uncertainty. But it is an option. Option 5 picks up the principle that you were trying to address in this consultation, which is we have a number of people who pay a low minimum charge, who do use the water, as well as people who don't, and that the gap between that minimum charge and what some of the other people on the water race network are paying is extremely unfair. And so it's about trying to close that gap by increasing the minimum charge. And in option 5, one of the ways that suggested we could do this is to increase the minimum charge by $50 per annum for the next 3 years, with a view to reviewing it in before that 3-year period is up. So it is a kind of a halfway house between the 600 and the current minimum charge of 90, and it provides for a progressive increase which hopefully people are better able to cope with. The 6th option is to increase the minimum charge to 255, and if you remember that number, it was one of the proposals that officers talked about in a workshop. It was based on I think a minimum race length going up to 500 metres, and this is basically what the minimum charge on that race length worked out to. So it's actually where you'd get to roughly if the phased increase of $50 a year for 3 years was just brought in at the start. Again, it's between the 90 and the 500, so it's a halfway house. And option 7 was, I guess, recognising that whatever option we eventually settle on, there's a need to address making faster progress on water race closures. And it seemed to us that we do have a surface water strategy which outlines a number of steps that need to be done. We are behind the 8 ball in being able to progress those steps. It does seem to, some of us at least, that if we expect to make faster progress with the same level of resourcing, we are being wildly optimistic, and we probably need to address the resourcing if we're going to make faster progress. And I think that is true regardless of which of the preceding 6 options around funding is applied. Now, I said to the Chief Executive I would try and present these in a reasonably neutral and even-handed way. I'm not sure whether I've succeeded or not, But really there are pros and cons with all of these options, and particularly around the issue of fairness. We're trying to recover too much cost for too little benefit, and no matter how you do that across your community, someone's not going to be treated fairly.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Lovett.
No, hang
sorry,
on,
Stuart,
I've
you're
only
still
started.
on. You've got 2 more questions then we go to the next one.
I won't ask any more, I'll just keep making statements. It's idealistic to say we can shut the water races in 2020 something. About 3 years ago, I remember it was coming to service delivery that we closed a lot of water races. And the morning of the meeting, Ngāi Tahu contacted us and said, whoa, you cannot do anything like that without discussing us. That's why we've got a strategic water committee. Unless you bring Forest and Bird, Ngāi Tahu, Fish and Game, all those other organisations with you, you're going to be in for a super fight. You cannot unilaterally just say we're going to close them, full stop. The department that runs the water races is under severe pressure. I was at a meeting last night and people are complaining about my race has been closed for 5 years and I can't get them to tick it off. And somebody else says, they finally ticked mine off. It seems that the auditing of what's open and what's closed is not up to date, obviously. So we can't have an overall closure until we know what is actually there and what's actually being used. So what I'm saying is the strategic water study is working hard to include the irrigation companies with us. So to say you're going to close them by 24, you'll have all hell will break loose with other organisations that want biodiversity, Ngāi Tahu values. You have to take them into account. If you get them on board, you can make real progress. If you don't, you're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovett.
I support the status quo with a minimum charge for those under 50 metres going to the property, bring them up to about $100. But I'd actually like to see people with long lengths of water race on their properties over a K not charge up to 1 kilometre of water race on a property because they've been severely disadvantaged. And we need to collaborate with the other water providers in the district to get water down to the ones at the bottom of the line. I think that's really important we do that. And I think we've got to set a date for the closure of these smaller races because they're the bigger ones that, causing concern. The other thing that really concerns me is the future of the three waters. We're actually supplying dirty water or second-hand water in these water races. Are we allowed to do that? That's what I question going forward, because people are actually using this water at the bottom of the line in Chertsey for their households. So that is a really important issue to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got no problem if some people want to keep the water races open for amenity values and all that. Got no problem with that at all. But the problem is they're not paying. It's very simple. The people that are letting these water races flow on their land are looking after them, doing whatever they have to do. They're doing all the paying. One other thing is we had a look at Trot's Nursery last week. How many of you can tell me how that pond's filled?
I can tell you.
Good.
By a private bore. By a private bore.
That's right. So if people wish to have some biodiversity on their properties or wish to have a pond, it is possible for them to do it if they wish to. But it's not the ratepayers' problem. The ratepayers probably like them to have, but it's not the ratepayers' problem. Personally, I actually like option 5 or 6 with option 7 with a date and more resource for the Works and Services Department to make sure it happens. I actually believe it's going to have to be outside resource. It's going to have to be someone like what was in the newspaper, ditto, Agricultural Policy Advisor, It's going to have to be someone like that. I think a person from outside the council will do a more efficient and better job at it. And part of it will be to make sure that people that think their race is closed can get it ticked off quicker, and those that will be without water have the chance to put a water scheme together. And I think that's very important, that we just don't cut everyone off at the knees, that we have to provide maybe lead, and I'd like to see staff bring a resourcing package back for that to happen over a period of 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lytham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could just ask a question, or two questions. Do we charge a rate for natural waterways that go through a person's property? Do we charge a rate to farmers who have a natural waterway that flows through their property, and they use it for stock water?
Yes. It will be.
We do.
It will be.
Okay.
I'm one of them.
Okay. So I think this is part of the problem. I, with my old farming background in the dry plains, am talking about stock water races. I'm not talking about natural creeks. And Councillor Wilson was quite right. You can't just go willy-nilly cutting off natural waterways, because all hell will break loose. But for man-made, traditional, old county stock water races developed in the 1880s, I can't see there's too much of a problem. So can we distinguish between the two? Can we pick that up? Is there a way of finding out which is an actual waterway and which is a council stock water race? Because I can see no problem with closing genuine county stock water races, if we can determine what they are. And so I harken back, I'd just like to leave things as far as charging goes exactly as they have been, and we get on and try and determine this.
Thank you, Councillor. Hamish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wonder whether Andy might be able to comment at this point. One of the things that was clear to me in listening to the submissions yesterday is that and it follows your observation, Councillor Latham, that the network is a combination now of man-made in 1881 natural watercourses, and it's also multifunctional. And so at times it might be delivering stock water, at other times it acts as stormwater or drainage, in particular events cause it to do that. And the arbitrary nature of calling something stock water and something else a natural watercourse, I suspect is going to be somewhat difficult, and will work against the natural network on the ground. Calling one piece one thing and one something else is not what actually is happening. That's what I think I heard yesterday. But I wonder if Andy would like to comment, Mr. Chairman, just to try and get a sense of the network and how it functions and what bits we're talking about, because they seem to be different at different times.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're absolutely right. So probably the best way I can highlight this is some of the investigation work we've done around the Methven Auxiliary Pudding Hill area. So we've got 2 intakes up there. Both of those intakes are subject to fish screens. And we've been working very hard to try and look at the feasibility of closing the Methven Auxiliary and Pudding Hill intakes for that reason. And what's transpired throughout those investigations is that if we turn off our intake, portions of those waterways will still run. They're fed from Mount Harding Creek Spring and various other places. Washpen Creek, I understand, is another a source for that area. So with the best will in the world, we could turn off our infrastructure that supplies the stock water, but what's left is there is a natural function that's occurring anyway. And then the question then arises as to, once you get into that category, then there's protections that exist under the Land and Water Plan and would have a role in that discussion. So, I mean, that's only one area, because I know we've done a lot of investigation, but there'll be many others. There's a lot of dual purpose stuff going on in the Hinds Drains area, where we'll discharge a stock water race into a drain, and then we'll pick up our water again further down. And for all intents and purposes, we're rating the common length as part of the network. So it's just really, really hard to unpick.
Thank you for that one. Councillor Rawson.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
right.
you for that explanation, Andy. It's complex, and I think time and history's caught up on an old system that doesn't meet the needs of all of the people anymore. And we didn't have, when these races were started, we didn't have all these lifestyle blocks that we've now got. And we heard from a lot of those people yesterday who now basically consider themselves caretakers for the council, and probably in many respects they're correct. They don't want the races, they don't need them, they run through or past their place. And we heard from one person yesterday who every week cleans all the rubbish out and takes it to the dump and then pays to dump it. So there is a lot of issues there. I think that you know, the plan that was set to close the races has probably raised many more issues than was ever foreseen as to how it would be done. But for me, I prefer to options 5 and option 7 to combine it so that we work our way forward. But I think we do have to look after our people and be very fair to them, because a lot of them don't want it, don't need it, and basically caretake it for us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mackay. Macmillan. No, sorry, the Mayor.
How do you
wrong side.
How do you eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time.
Correct.
And this is what this is. It's big. And we've known it for some years. And that's why we developed that service water strategy. So surely when we developed the strategy, we put some funding towards delivering on the strategy. I'm sure we must have. Or we should have. If we didn't, we should have. So we need to see if we did do that. If there's the dollars, some dollars there already, possibly need more. What we probably need to focus on from now is business as usual, is those races that have been shut previously need to get taken off their rates. That's probably urgent, and then we're working on that as we speak, I know that, to try to eat that up. And then you've got going forward. So going forward, I've favour option 5, like Councillor Rawlinson, and option 7, with the ways to accelerate it. Some races will close and some won't. We've heard from submitters yesterday who don't want the race. Some of them will line up on particular races, some don't. But that's the low-hanging fruit. They want these gone already. They're the ones we should focus on. Do the easy ones first, then work on the harder ones. But that'll be for management to do with an extra resource if needed, or with the resources they've got. Not sure, but that'll be for someone else to sort out. So, yeah, option 5 with 7, and is my thoughts. And keep an eye on that strategy, because we've got dates coming up in there. It's all in there. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Macmillan.
Probably very similar, in that just reading the surface water strategy, the dates are in there, and everything we've talked about this morning, there's a timeline. So I think we really need to revisit this. But one of my questions was, we had a submitter yesterday referring to the Selwyn District Council and how they do their rating options. Was that ever considered in your list of options there, or is that just wouldn't work?
I can comment on that. It wasn't something that I looked at when we were working on those options, but it is something I reviewed during the submission hearing yesterday. And essentially they cover 90% of their cost with a targeted rate. Their costs are about 1.3 million, and their targeted rate's about $90, and they charge it across 14,500 ratepayers. So essentially their approach is very similar to ours, except that they're able to spread it across more ratepayers, and the overall cost per ratepayer is lower. So if we could find an extra, I don't know how many thousand ratepayers we'd need to bring the average down to 90, then we could do that. So yeah, that's all I can
Okay.
tell you at this stage.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, I think option 5 with option 7, and to really have a good look at this surface water strategy.
So when do you start to campaign for more ratepayers, Richard? Thank you for your explanation. Councillor Wilson.
You and me both.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we've got to definitely put up the base charge now. It's so cheap. It's like somebody with a back section saying, I don't use much road, therefore I don't need to pay, whereas somebody that uses a lot of road, he should pay more. We've evened out drinking water. We're talking about same with wastewater. It's so easy for somebody with 50 metres paying $90 for the status quo. Let's leave it like it is. They're not taking into account it's taken 10k or 20k of water race that somebody else has paid for to get to his property. It's like I've only used one power pole or one underground main outside my place for electricity. I should only pay that little bit. I shouldn't have to pay to bring it up from Benmore because that's what exactly. You've got to pay the distribution to get to your place, and people are not taking that into account. Andy is right. There were a lot of there were some natural water courses like Remington Creek and that, and the council took them over as stock water. But those people want to be careful. If we turn the stock water off and they become ECAN drains, under the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, they may have to fence and plant them if they're over a certain width. So it could, as the stock water is not actually included in that, is the way I understand. So they might have to be careful if they complain too much. They might end up in a worse position than they are already. Basically, if you're going to go to the status quo, I would put up the minimum, perhaps $100 or even the $200 minimum, and then reduce the per metre rate equivalent. It can all be done according to the how much money we need to raise, but I agree with previous councillors that we may have to put an extra resource in. It may have to be paid by the ratepayer in general if we're going to really make progress. And I think people will accept that we've listened to the $600, we've come back, but because we don't hear from the people that we're going to be advantaged. That's the way life works. If we say status quo, there's going to be a lot of people say, you've backtracked on your word. You promoted the $600 and we didn't submit because we thought you were going to go that way. Let's have another submission and we'll all pour in and say it's unfair to us. So we just have to be careful. Sometimes the people that protest the loudest are those that are hurt the most, not necessarily the majority.
I've got 3 more lights on. This is one I'd like to hear too, and then we come to make some decisions, I think. I heard some real wise words and ideas around this table, so I think we're almost ready for that. I've got Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually almost feel sorry for Officer Andrew Guthrie. Council has obviously stuffed him about, and I apologise for Council in that way, Andrew. Mr. Chair, the Methven Auxiliary was brought up by the officer. If you close that off, the natural waterways in the area are still going to be natural waterways. No problem. I'm not trying to solve that. I'm not trying to, close down. The Scots are another example. They've got a natural waterway. They're paying stock water rates because there's stock water in it. They never said they wanted to stop the natural waterway done away with. They said they wanted to stop paying rates. You've got a whole lot of people that have built houses in Ashburton along Mill Creek. They have the atmospheric or biodiversity at their back door tied into their lawn. This council's paid, redesigned it, and some of it's been nicely replanted and everything. That has stock water in it, and those people are not paying for that privilege. That adds value to their house. Well, they think it has value to their house because they built the house there or have the house there. There's a wee bit on Pages Road that causes untold problems because there's always a cabbage tree in the wrong place, or a cabbage leaf has fallen off or blocked the culvert or something like that. That's okay. It's a natural race. It will revert to a natural watercourse. And these people seem to want natural things. So we're actually going to give it to them. But we're not going to augment it with water out of the river. Take water from a natural course to augment and make something artificial. I don't believe in that. If it's going to be natural, it's got to be natural. So that's the conundrum, and it's case by case by case, and that's why I believe we have to give the department more resources to actually solve it.
Thank you,
But it's going to be solved one by one, not at this stage, not in a blank policy.
Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree with option 5 and option 7. Certainly option 7, I think there is a lot of work there to be done on what is an artificial stock water race, what is a natural waterway, and what is stormwater, because certainly the stormwater one is the one that the ADC have to take responsibility for, and I feel sorry for those who live down, the submitters who submitted yesterday, getting all of the town's stormwater going through their properties.
Councillor Lofford.
I support 5 and 7, but I would like to see a length on the race proposed on a farm. And what I'm just wondering is that those that are left on the system after some of the race closures, are they going to pick up the cost of funding this? And I'm just wondering whether we look at a targeted rate across the district as well, because of the benefits with the domains and the house sections. I think everyone should be paying a little bit right across the district into this, not the poor ones that are left and having to keep pouring in more funding. I think that's totally unfair.
Councillors, thank you all. Like I said, I heard some wise words and some good ideas around this table, and we had some great advice as well from the top team. Richard, you want to say something before I go any further?
Just 2 brief points. Earlier, Councillor Lovett made reference to the Three Waters reform and that we were supplying dirty water to people in Chertsey who used it for drinking water. Our water race bylaw is very clear. We don't provide stock water for drinking water. It's not safe for human consumption. Nevertheless, we know that what Councillor Lovett said is true. There are people who use stock water for drinking water. We know that there aren't many of them. We know that we did a survey a few years ago and at least 19 of the 500 respondents said that they use stock water for drinking water, which means that when we come to address the stock water supply in those areas, we have to work with those people to find an alternative supply of drinking water, because the alternative is if you have no drinking water in your house, you can't live in your house. So that is one of the vexing issues that you will encounter through the stock water race closure program, that you've got some gnarly decisions to make for a few householders. And the other thing I was going to add, just briefly, is Councillor Mackay noted people who expressed that they value the amenity values that come with the water race network and the biodiversity values, and he noted this was not a ratepayer problem. I would concur that amenity values are not a ratepayer problem, but we do have some biodiversity responsibilities in terms of the Resource Management Act. And whether that extends to the form of biodiversity represented by bees, I'm not sure, but other people tell you that bees are very, very important, including people who rely on them to grow crops and so on. And apparently the solution is a wet sack. Anyway, so we do have biodiversity as part of the equation, but not everything that people value and describe as biodiversity is necessarily. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Angus brought up about another resource to accelerate doing closures, etc. So do we need to discuss, if we have that resource, do we need to discuss how that will be funded? Because I'm thinking that should either be targeted rated or general rate funded. So when would we have that discussion, and then that would go into the LTP, I'm sure.
Hamish.
We had contemplated the need for additional resource in the discussions and preparations for the long-term plan. And my recollection, Neil, is that we were preparing a business case for that resource to be part of the long-term plan considerations. I'm not sure, Paul, I just don't absolutely recall how that was to be funded. My gut feeling or intuition would suggest it should be funded by the water race ratepayers, and that may be the question that you're getting to, Mr. Mayor. We're certainly contemplating the resource, but funding would need to be a part of that consideration.
Mr. Mayor.
It would normally be funded straight from the stock water race account. So if you don't want it funded from the users, then you'd have to address it at the moment now to put some kind of general rate component into stock water.
Yeah, I don't think it's a stock water funded position, because it's looking at biodiversity, it's looking at the whole water. It's going to look at our surface water strategy as well, which is not just stock water. No, it's bigger than that. It's something that involves the whole district. So I'm thinking either it's general rate funded or a targeted rate on every household, or which is a UAGC. But I'm not sure you can do a targeted rate and not call it a UAGC. I'm not sure on a dollar amount per household, or your general rate funded. That's why I'm thinking it, and keeping it away from the stock water.
There's a couple of issues colliding here. We actually believe council's obligations in terms of biodiversity are also under-resourced. The resource that we were contemplating here was to give some extra grunt to considering closures that may arise from the funding policy. So yes, that extra resource may need to start considering biodiversity in relation to stock water closures, but the resource that we're discussing here, in my mind, is specifically about giving the capability to speed up or do more closures. We think there's another whole resource issue around biodiversity and our obligations and responsibilities around biodiversity. But in the end, we can fund those roles as council sees fit. But I think the closure person or persons is not going to cover all your biodiversity stuff. Yes, there'll be a context for them, no doubt.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I'm in favour of totally from the general rate and not part of biodiversity. If you start merging the two, you're going to end up, you appoint somebody and he's a bit biodiversity, you'll find 60% of his time biodiversity, and we're still not going to achieve what we aim to achieve. Totally unfair for the stock water account to pay for it. We know the people with long races that don't use it will pay again, and the fellow with 30 metres will say, well, he pays an extra $3. If it was $600 for the small races and we could use it out of that account, I'd agree, but we're not going to do that, obviously. So I think it's a general rate, and my opinion is, if we appoint somebody, he is purely with Neil and Andy or that management structure, or to do what we're chained to do. See which stormwater races, which is stock water races, which is natural water races, what can be closed, what can't be closed. As Neil said, we've got a very good water strategy program already mapped out. Let's get on and make sure that that happens up to date. But basically, general rate.
Thank you, Councillor.
I think I'd say that, but I
And we've got it on tape. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Is there anything in the LTP in the next couple of years regarding the surface water strategy, stock water races, that we could incorporate that 3.99 million that from the three waters, or does that not Is that only wastewater and drinking water?
Primarily. So the 3.99 million coming if council opts into the reform process, we have to confirm the delivery plan for that by 30 September this year, and it is primarily focused around drinking water and wastewater and economic stimulation. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch probably to say some of that money should be spent on a resource to examine the closure of stock water. I think that would be, I don't think we'd advise that was a good use for that money.
Councillor Mackay.
Mr Chair, I just think that we just need the money from the general rate to try and solve the problem across the whole district of stock water. Maybe drinking water supplies may be a byproduct of that. But I'm actually looking forward to the stock water, the artificial stock water closing, because it's going to have enormous beneficial enhancement effects for the Ashburton district. There's going to be nearly 2 cubics of water more in the river that's not taken. And the natural streams are actually going to revert to natural streams. And all that goes with a natural stream. The river mouth could actually open. You're quite right, Councillor. This is an enormous biodiversity project we're taking by actually taking the artificialness, if there's such a word, out of the system of the Ashburton District Council area. I think it's a golden opportunity to show our true strengths to all in the district. Those that don't want artificial stuff around, those that want the natural environment, and those that are paying through the nose for artificialness. It's all going to tidy everything up in one good hit. Well done, councillors.
Thank you. I'm a wee bit confused. We've got two different things going at the same time. Is that correct? We're talking about the storm water with the prices we want to charge, and we start talking about extra charges for everyone for biodiversity or storm water closing. Is that how I hear it, or is it going to be in one policy? Or Tony, or whoever?
I'm just going to bring you back to the draft revenue and finance policy. So right now, what we've proposed to the community is that 90% is charged of the activities costs are charged through the targeted rate, and 10% is charged through a general rate. I'm not sure exactly what portions and values we need to apply, but we could look to increase the range, put a range on that general rate, which will then capture the resource proposed in option 7 to give that capacity there, so it's still ring-fenced into that activity, but also acknowledging there is that target rate aspect. So perhaps changing the range on the general rate from 10 to 20% and the targeted rate range from 80 to 90%. Would that be a solution?
So that if we do that option, we can do number 5. I'm just going what I hear around the table. Number 5, option 7. That can be combined with what you proposed there.
We think so, yes. We need to go away and run the numbers, but we've just had a quick chat and we think that can work, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Mayor.
You are.
Oh, sorry, Hamish.
No, I think I'm just going to confuse it further. I think Tony's pull back to what we're doing here was wise words. I was going to comment more about the biodiversity thing, which I think is now distracting.
Putting the general rate range 10 to 20%, your stock water user is still going to pay the bulk of it, of that extra resource that would go. It would be split over the stock water user as well, which we weren't sending that signal. That extra resource was going to be general rate funded 100%, where you're only sort of getting up to 10% funded from it.
I just got
if the percentages work that way.
Mr. Chairman, if it went to 20% as a 20% calculation, the general rate would pick up a lot more than this extra resource. So what it would be intended to do would be take the 10% plus build in the extra resource, and it may turn out to be, for example, next year that percentage is 14%. So it will be calculated on the basis of the current 10% plus the additional resource.
Yeah, if it worked that way, that'd be great. Yeah, that's good. But just to comment on Angus's comment about the extra water staying in the river. the stock water system for the last 140 years has been filtering out over the plains. Stock have been drinking between 2 and 5% of it, so they tell us, and that's probably pretty accurate. The rest of it's been filtering down into the aquifers in unmanaged aquifer recharge. But the problem with that was the quality of the water getting down was not great. So that's been happening for the last 140 years, and it's been having benefits. So if we get rid of the water races, then that surplus water will still be needed to be used for managed aquifer recharge and putting clean water into aquifers, like the trial has shown out on the southern side of the Ashburton River, has shown to be beneficial by putting clean water in, and they monitor it, and when the water quality becomes not right, they turn that off. Whereas with our stock water races at the moment, it just filters down 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with not that high quality water. So we could improve the quality but still need some of that water.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Fulham.
I think Tony's suggestion of a 10 to 20% general rate funding is a very good pragmatic option for funding option 7, but option 7 only. But we may have to look at increasing that, because as the water races get closed, as the point that Councillor Lovett made before, there is less money that's going to be coming in to that water race account, and therefore it may have to be funded a little bit more going further down the track from the general rate.
That could be, but it might be cheaper as well because there's no water race. Yes, sir. Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chair, the Mayor is correct, but there's one other added. When you study the hydrology, may I have the floor? Yeah. When you study the hydrology of the Ashburton River system, water comes in and out of it all the way along its courses from its natural tributaries. There is a school of thought that area that the Mayor mentioned, south of the South Branch there, where the managed aquifer recharge is, that if the pressure was increased at what's called the Valletta Corner, or Clark's Corner, if there was more water in the river, that would increase the pressure, that would naturally fill the aquifers anyway, because that's what all those wells live on. There's massive losses of water at that underground at that point that flow down Tynwald and right through. The best way of noting it is the Ealing Pit, and also the first little railway shed out, I forget the name, where the stock food factory is. There's a pit there as well. When they fill up, the aquifers are full.
Right, councillors, can I catch you all out of the mud and out of the water races in thinking about the policy? We had an hour and a bit about this. I think we reached a point that we can give some direction to the staff. So if I do it one more time, what I hear as the chair is option 5, an extra $50 per annum, option 7 to make sure that we're getting a faster progress of water races. Is that correct? Would that be? Please speak up this way if you want to say something, because I can't hear it. Yes. We've got Councillor Guy. Your light is on.
Oh.
Good morning.
Yeah, quite happy with all that, Mr. Chair. Why a review in 2023? Why not we just aim for closure in 1st July 2024?
If I can answer that, what I heard from Councillor Wilson, that might be a hard thing to do. So we might need some space for that.
I was just going to say you would be better off working towards closure in 2023, but increasing that minimum charge, are we still charging per metre? You know, I'm just thinking of the people with these long distances paying $8,000, I still would like that brought back to a charge over a certain distance than not paying these big charges, because I think we're going to get kickback from them, because they're only using it as a conduit to take this water down the rest of the county. Yeah, that's the only sticking point with me.
If I can just say something, Councillor Lufford, we have to make a decision somewhere. We can't just keep on adding. We have to give some directions if we can. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think 50 is a bit weak. See, the original officer's recommendation was $255. Well, I'd rather go for $100 straight out, and then perhaps have your $50, because $50 is going to take a long time to actually get anywhere. Even these ones with 200 metres or so, they're still complaining they want it real cheap. So I think if we're going to reduce the per metre rate a little bit, we have to increase the basic charge, and rather than 50, I'd start at 100.
Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chair, I take umbrance with your words, too hard. I believe this is why we are here today with this conundrum, because in the past, council has given direction to the staff. Mr. Guthrie has seemed to have worn it. Then council has gone soft and backtracked, which has caused Mr. Guthrie problems because he doesn't actually have a clear policy to work towards. I believe we have to give clear, concise policy, and if it means putting a date on it, we put a date on it, not pussyfoot around.
I understand that, but I was just taking on board that we've got some other groups to work with as well. And I don't think they will be bulldozed, if I can call it like that. I'm just going to see Richard first.
Permission to share a brief story.
You can.
In Waitaki, we decided to build a covered swimming pool in the late 90s. And when you set a project like building a new swimming pool, you have cost drivers and you have quality drivers and you have time frame drivers. Good, there's no one sitting there from the press. So, drat. Okay. So, the council decided, and I think it may even have been officers' advice, that it would be a wonderful thing to open this new swimming pool on the first day of the new millennium. And so getting the thing built and open by the 1st of January 2000 became the primary driver of that project. And you want to know what happened to the cost? It went up. Do you want to know what happened to the quality? It went out the bloody window.
Yeah.
And we paid for that decision again and again for about a decade. So be careful about setting firm timeline drivers for your projects. It has unintended consequences.
Thank you, Richard. I'll see if we can get it to the right decision here. I go back to what we said for a start, and then I just do by hand, see if we get the majority here. Option 5, as it stands, $50 per annum extra. Option 7, as it stands. Who's in favour of that? Hands up, please. Something with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 against. Would it be all right for the direction?
We'll prepare the draft policy on that basis and bring it back to council for the final decision,
Great.
if you're happy.
Any more questions? Okay.
Question, so if it's going to cost more to fund,
6.
because I think that's one reason why I didn't vote, because I was in the Wilson camp. If it's going to cost more to fund option 5 and 7, you'll let us know and we make the appropriate decision at the appropriate time, because I thought we had to make that decision today. No? Yes?
No, today we need to know how you want to fund the activity. We've had the conversation around how we fund the activity by applying what the cost drivers have been. So this, we think, we've only presented options to you that we think can be, the aspect that will increase the cost of the activity is option 7. And that will come back to you with a lot more clarity and actually what that will look like in practice. You'll have that decision at a later point.
Hamish?
And I think it's worth noting that the option 7, or the additional resource, we're proposing that in a long-term plan for next year. So that resource is intended, therefore, to commence at the very earliest on 1 July 2021. So unless we want to bring that forward, and council are expecting additional resource to spring into action from tomorrow, that the current process to bring that forward through the LTP will still leave a number of months without that additional resource. So I'm just trying to either manage expectations or seek clarity on the intention behind that resource.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, good question, Hamish. How are we funding the surface water strategy, which we passed 18 months ago? Yeah. Because a lot of what we're talking about is in there. Have we not funded it, or if we have, we use that resource?
Andy?
Yeah, so there is actually some money sitting in the district water management area, and it's unspent money. It was to address getting external resource to help with things like, it's more around the ecological evaluation work and things like that. But if council was of a mind to, it could be redirected for this purpose, for this single focus aspect of work.
What's the size of that fund, do you?
Look, I can't remember. It may have been 80,000, perhaps. Yeah. I wouldn't be sure off the top of my head.
We'll find that out. Perhaps the resource is already there to do this from sort of tomorrow on until we hit the LTP year.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's useful information. We can certainly, clearly with this discussion, we can alter the purpose of that funding, as Andy has suggested, and get on with that. And then the additional resource in terms of a specific case to be made through the LTP, it doesn't need to be made through that process.
Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chairman, a question through you to the Chief Executive. So where does that leave the present projects of fish screens on these unnatural waterways?
Well, we continue to work with ECAN over the need for and the time frame for fish screens.
Okay, councillors, Mr. Chairman, so if I take it after the concise answer from the Chief Executive, we're going to keep spending money on putting fish screens on unnatural waterways with ECAN. It's going to cost us. Then we've got a policy option 7 that we're actually going to make the races increase faster the race closures. So how does that make sense? Aren't the people of Ashburton District paying twice, once to put the screens in and then once to take the screens out? Or have I got something wrong?
My intention of saying we're working with ECAN, clearly our motivation is not to install fish screens if we don't have to. So working with ECAN is the conversation around the requirement to, but how might we not have to if we did certain things. So that's the ongoing conversation with ECAN, and that won't stop until the issues are finally resolved.
All right, thank you all. Is it time for a cup of tea? I think it is. Yeah. We just adjourn. Good morning all for the second session of this morning. Hope you enjoyed the cup of tea. And now we're going straight into solid waste collection. Tony, you'll bring us through. Start us up.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Brown. So the next big issue to tackle for the RFP policy is the solid waste collection. So within the within the draft revenue and finance policy we went up for consultation with, we proposed several areas to extend the service to. And this was on the principles that the convenient and efficient solid waste collection helps residents to divert and dispose of waste in an easy and environmentally sustainable way, and that extending the boundaries makes the service accessible to more households, especially new developments on the fringes of urban areas. So when we look at the feedback that we received 16 submissions in total with regard to the Willoughby block and the Rakaia-Acton Road block. For the Willoughby block, there are 120 properties that are affected by this proposal. 3 submitters supported and 12 submitters opposed. And for the Rakaia-Acton Road block, there was 6 affected properties, and we heard from 1 submitter who does not support the proposed area. And we had no submissions for or against any of the other 5 areas. So the issues are raised by some of the submitters were that many do not require the service because they feel that they live near recycling centres already. They would much rather it was an opt-in/opt-out service. Some believe that it's expensive for rural ratepayers, particularly if stock water charges were to increase also. So that's seeing the implication of the stock water proposal coming through. Other submitters said they had long driveways and they were concerned with moving bins up and down those driveways, and that they felt that the bins would be unsafe in rural areas on rural roads. So really, when we looked at it, your first option is that you could just abandon increasing the solid waste collection area. Your second option would be just to go ahead with the 7 areas and extend the waste collection boundaries, which would take effect from the 1st of July 2021. Or there's a third option where you could approve the 5 that you never heard from people on, and you could debate the 2 being the Willoughby block and the Rakaia-Acton Road block. So I'll hand it back to you, Councillor Brown.
Really? Really? Tony, my question is, if people don't want it, or if there is just only 1 or 2 of what seems to happen, the best way is just basically say, sorry, we can't do it. Or can we still pick up those 2? Or is it just a waste of space and time?
I will defer to our solid waste collection manager, Craig, in this instance. He's the expert in this space.
Good morning. So this is with regards to whether a service should be opt-in or opt-out. Is it the question that you're asking?
Well, part of it. Why do we go to those areas on the moment? Is that being asked by people? But looking what I see on my list, there's not many people who seem to like to have it. So how do we get to those ideas, getting those people in?
Okay, so the first part of that question about how we identified the areas is that there are either 1 or 2 scenarios. One is that it's actually a subdivision right on the edge of the existing area. So it's like it's the town's growing. And then so, we propose to include that into the collection area because it's common sense, it makes sense. And quite often we find that once people start building, they're asking for it anyway. And in those areas, obviously, if we identify a new subdivision and that, nobody actually gets charged the rate until they've built a house and they've got their code of compliance, and only then can they let us know that they're ready to receive the service, and only then do they start paying. The other option, the other reason that we look at an area to include is as if we get people actually phoning in, or when they're talking to us, they say, you either drive right past our gate, so why can't we be included, or we really wish we had the service in our area. So if we get enough inquiries like that, that's when we go. And Willoughby Block is an example of that, where down Gartartan Road and the eastern end of Boundary Road, we've had some requests there for the service because it's on the edge of the existing area. So if we look at doing that, then we're kind of looking at efficiencies and so, say, well, how can we make use of the available space that's in the trucks? So we do have on a couple of collection days, we have extra capacity where we can add in extra homes and that. So we say, well, how can we make this efficient? If the truck's already going down this road and they're collecting and then the truck carries along that road, we're probably going to get questions from those other properties saying, well, you drive past our house, why don't you collect us? So we kind of, include that into the area, and then so that we can put that in front of you as council, and then you can have a discussion and make a decision.
If I can just, I've got one more question before I can go over. The Willow Block, it's 120 people there, 3 support it, 12 are not supporting it. If we say yes, we're going ahead, those people can't get out, is it? It's all in, all out.
Yeah, so the reasons for making the decision about whether the council provides a service or not is if it's more suitable to a market-based solution, and I've said this before with council, that green waste is a good example, because the amount of green waste and organic material that a household produces is variable between properties. Some people have got very big properties and have big gardens and have lots of green waste. They love gardening. And then some people just live in a very small, tiny unit and have a small postage stamp, area of lawn. And so if you were to impose a service on, broadly across the whole town on that basis, then you definitely got some inequities there. And we also have a couple of businesses in town that are already offering that as a service anyway on a market-based value. When you look at household and domestic, rubbish and recycling, those waste streams are really quite consistent from household to household. We all go to the same supermarkets. We all buy the same, range of food and packaging. We all have quite similar. When you actually look at what, different households and what waste they produce, it's really quite uniform. And so the best way to make that cost effective for everybody is to share that cost equally, which means that you include everybody. And then if you were to go opt in, opt out, you're essentially entering the market as a business. And then if that's the case, well, then why can't business do it? Another argument why you wouldn't go to a market-based model is that in terms of community and environmental outcomes, it's actually really inefficient. You can end up with 3 or 4 different companies on the same street on the same day, all in their own trucks. So from a community and an environmental perspective, if you're looking at reducing carbon emissions and things like that, it's really an efficient way to do it. Whereas if the community band together, you get far better environmental outcomes right across the board. The other thing that we know is that there's always a percentage of the community that aren't particularly responsible. There is a small percentage, but by providing them with a consistent service that's paid for through their rates, they use it, and then the material gets where it should get, as opposed to it being dumped or burnt or buried and such.
Thank you, Craig. I'll go to some councillors now for some questions. Roger, you're the first on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, Craig's probably answered most of what I was going to ask, but other than pressure from a ratepayer to provide the service, why should we actually offer it? What's in it for us?
Yeah, so again, I point to the wider community. So rather than the needs of the individual, and that's where as a user, you really only want to pay for what you generate. But there are cases with services that council provide, whether it's water, sewage, and stuff, or roading and things, and solid waste. Aspects of solid waste is the same. Whereas if we all band together and work together, we get far better outcomes for our community and for our environment, and also in terms of cost efficiency.
Thank you for that, Angus.
Mr. Chair, thank you. A question through you, maybe to Richard or Tony. In option 3, you're suggesting for the 5 areas that attracted no opposition, we just chucked them through. So if we're going to do that, we're actually taking account of those people that
put no submission in. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so if we're going to do that, if we go then to the Willoughby block, there was 120 properties affected, 3 supported, so that makes it 108 in favour and 12 against. Haven't we got a clear majority, like 90% majority, that are actually could be termed and statistically in favour?
I can see Richard with his finger there. Richard.
Yep. What you're asking about is how do you interpret the silence? And that is a matter upon which you must rely on your own judgment and your own experience. My experience in local government has been that if people are opposed, they are more likely to tell you they are opposed than they are likely to tell you if you're in favour. But does that mean that there are 108 people in the Willoughby block in favour of wheelie bins? I think that is a little bit of a leap.
But it's not a leap in option 3 with the other areas.
You could argue it is equally a leap in the other areas.
Okay, Neil.
Yeah, a couple of 3 questions here. The six properties on Acton Road, and I know the area very well because I've got one of them. There's only 3 properties. There's 3 houses down there that don't get the service. So I don't know where you get 6 properties from. Great.
Silence.
When we mapped it and we drew the boundary around there, I believe there were 6 individual properties in there. Maybe a couple of them are owned by more than one owner and considered as one property, but there were 6 individual titles in there, I believe.
Yeah, titles, correct, but not houses. You're providing a service to a house, and there's 3 houses there. The ones who have there's 3 houses there. You've heard from one submitter. To counter Angus's question about a person who is offered the service but didn't submit, you are wrong. They don't want it. So that makes 2 out of the 3 down there don't want it on the Acton Road of the 3 houses that are there. So Acton Road, I'd suggest that it doesn't go ahead. There's more against it than for it. But there's only 3 that are affected, so it's not huge. I think we probably need a better way of asking people for extending the service rather than waiting for them to ring in or subdivision or whatever. There needs to be a better way, I think. It's just a wee bit flippant at the moment, perhaps, as to how we extend it or how we look at extending it. And if you did extend all in, all out, I don't think it works for the fringes. In the town, you have to be all in or all out, but not for the fringes. And private versus council, we get out there at the moment, you can have a private service, and there's a couple of providers that provide it, and they charge what they charge, and I do use the services of them, and I don't have to take it to the road. They come in all the way in and pick it up from where it's convenient for us. And have you done a comparison, because you work in litres, I think, litres of bins, what they charge to what council's charge is to see how competitive it is?
I haven't done that exercise recently, but the last time I did it, the council was significantly better in terms of pricing than the private companies.
Right. It depends how long ago you would have done it, because the fees have gone up, charges have gone up quite a bit in the last year or so. But it's probably worth doing the exercise again to see how it compares, I would think.
Thank you, Neil. Stuart?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Carolyn asked me to ask this question: why have you not gone up Fraser's Road? It's right on the part of the town, and she's up there a little way. We go up Mayfield, Westerfield, Timwell Road, quite a long way. But Fraser's Road, past the golf course there's absolutely none at all. And there are there's a golf course plus 2 or 3 houses there. You could go up to Remington Road or something like that. I think that's an anomaly when you look at the map. We've gone way out to Willoughby, but we haven't gone what I consider still within the town boundary nearly.
Councillors shouldn't get preferential treatment.
Yeah, okay, well, like I say, if that's a request, we can definitely look at that. Okay, well then we'll look at Fraser's Road.
Thank you for that. Liz.
I'm putting my Methven hat on, and saying that time stream should be included. There were not any submissions on it, but I think it's the only subdivision in Methven that isn't within that town boundary. So, I think tick that. And if you look on the summary booklet, page 26, there's a submission in there from the Browns, saying that the truck passes past their property. I think it does a U-turn right beside their house. It's not included in this, in the map, but I think it would be worthwhile considering them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Lynette?
I support option 2. Notice that the Willoughby ones live very close to the school. But I was just wondering, could that be the rubbish recycling area there be moved further down the road to Eiffleton? If we put that road in, for the ones further down the county that they've got an option to recycle if these guys come in on the bin system. And reflecting back, I remember when we discussed this, bringing the rubbish bins to town, all the opposition we had, but as soon as the service started, we hardly have had any complaints. So, yeah.
Thank you, Lynette. Diane?
Yes, I think it's a good idea extending it, and I've had a lot of people on who don't get the service, particularly on the road down to the lake on Graham's Road, who it goes by their gate, so they'll be very happy. But the Lynette's just taken the words out of my mouth. I recall that the strong opposition when we had them in town, or we discussed it. It was one of the first things we did when we came on council, and you don't hear the opposition today. But I think it's interesting that it's the area that provides a really good recycling service where the most of the objectors are. So whether you need to do a little mail drop there just to make sure they do really want it, I'm not sure about that, but otherwise in principle I agree with it.
Thank you, Diane. Roger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to support Liz in the collection up Barker's Road to Holmes Road, because the truck goes right past the Browns property, 122 Barker's Road. So I think that just makes common sense. How much demand have we actually had from these outlying areas for a collection system? I just sometimes get concerned that we have an idea and then suddenly it goes and it expands and just, I'm not sure whether we actually need it. You want it, okay, righto. And from what Angus said, silence doesn't necessarily mean acceptance. Yes. Okay, so how much demand have we actually had, or is this just the council's idea that we should do this?
So, like in principle, right? Like from the implementation of the wheelie bin service, and that we've always sort of had in our activity management plans that as subdivisions, particularly subdivisions, came on, that were on the edge of town and near the service would come on board, that we would include them. The outlying areas, have been mainly in response to phone calls and a lot of informal kind of requests and discussions and that. And that's probably an area, yes, going forward, and I think the next time we do this, that we have a way of maybe cataloguing those requests so we can put some, data in front of you so you can get an idea of where it's coming from.
Thank you, David. Neil?
It's slightly off track, but sort of on track. Red bins, I see they're advertised, you can get bigger ones now, bigger red bins. I see advertised for that. Is that an extra cost to have a bigger bin or not?
Yeah, so we've had that service in place for more than 18 months. And so essentially the little 80 litre bin that every household gets is a baseline level of service that fits in with that model of cost sharing. And it's big enough for a household of, say, 2 to 4 persons. If you've got a bigger household or you generate more rubbish, well, then that's when the user pays element of the service kicks in. And then if you need an extra 80 litres or an extra 120 litres or 240 litres, you can choose that, and then you can request to have that, and you are billed separately. So like it's treated as a separate service. So it works better where you've got tenants. If you've got a tenant in a household and they've got a larger family and they need more capacity, they themselves can apply for the bin, and it's not the actual ratepayer that's applying and paying for the bin, but the actual user. So it is the user pays element of the service.
So you don't really have an all in or all out then. If the truck was going past on the outlying parts of we want to extend the service, if some wanted it and some didn't, then they could actually have that under the service you're offering now on a bigger bin size. And they get charged the same way your bigger bin gets charged. And if they don't want the service, they don't get it. If they do, they do.
No, that's not the kind of how it works. So that, like the baseline service that we provide, so your 80 litre wheelie bin, your 240 litre recycling bin and your glass crate, everybody's sharing that service. That gets the trucks on the road, puts the administration and management of the whole contract in place and everything, and holds it in place. Whereas if you were to go to a market-based model, then there's a degree of market risk there where you couldn't guarantee that you could keep that price where it is.
Paul, you want to say something?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify that those people still get a rate, and they only pay an additional cost outside the rating system for the extra size. So it isn't all opt-in still, because they're paying the actual rate. Yeah, they only pay outside the rating system for the top-up.
Thank you, Paul. Liz?
Probably a dumb question, but was a letter sent to all 162 of the extra properties advising them that there was this option available, and what will happen if we make a decision and say no, everyone's in, and people turn around and say, well, we didn't know?
Thank you. Through the chair, that's a really good question. Yes, everyone was informed that this proposal was on the table and invited to provide feedback. So when council, whatever decision council chooses to make, then closer to the 1st of July 2021, everyone will be informed whether they're in or out, as well as anyone who submitted, they'll be informed of the council's decision for the policy.
Thank you, Tony. John?
Certainly, I probably would go along with option 2 of maintaining the proposal. To me, it makes a lot of sense. I tend to work on Angus's simple theory that if you don't hear from people, they must be happy. So, although I do, after yesterday's submitter, I do have a slight issue with Acton Road, whether it is even worthwhile sending a truck down there. But certainly, on the whole, I agree with option 2.
Thank you, John. We go back to Neil.
I'd agree with John. You'd take Acton Road out. It's heading off, and don't know what's there.
So if I hear this correct, councillors, we go for option 2, less Acton Road. Is that right? Neil? So Acton Road is the one is out. Yeah. So option 2 seems to be the main one, and it means everyone is, all 7 new proposed areas getting the waste collected. Yes, I understand.
Through the chair, I'll just clarify that. So we'll be including 6 new waste collection areas, and we won't be including Acton Road and Rakaya.
Oh, that was a separate one.
That's the number 7.
Okay.
So we're all around that.
Yep.
Excellent.
I've got a question, I think, from Rob.
Just one addition, following what Liz said, up to Holmes Road, up Marcus Road to Holmes Road. It's the truck goes backwards and forwards past there every day. So 122 Marcus Road.
Is that a possibility? Correct.
Yeah, they did right. The truck goes goes along that road and collects one side, not the other. So we can include the southern side of the road if that's what council wants. No problem.
Okay. Thank you. I just wait on what the team is doing. Tony, you've got enough for this one? Solid
Yes,
waste?
I have. So those 6 areas are in. I just wonder, just having a quick chat with Paul, with the Barkers Road. Oh, they submitted, didn't they? They did submit. Excellent, okay. Are there other properties up there that would
So-
be included in that?
I'll answer that if that's okay. So I'd had a request from the Browns when the solid waste collection first went in and said, well, why can't we get a bin? And that was a couple of years ago. And so when this came up, I suggested that they submit. And I also asked a couple of other people who were neighbours if they wanted to submit as well. I don't think they have. I can't see anything in here. But just speaking with Craig before, there are a couple of other houses around that area, so it might need a wee bit of further investigation.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think that we should. It wasn't part of our initial proposal that we went out, but if we'll get in touch with those properties and
Just one more time for clarity and for people who are listening. Could you just mention the 6 ones who are going in?
yes, sure thing. So council is giving us a direction to extend the solid waste collection to the Willoughby block, to Langs Road, to Melrose Road, to Chertsey Wilkinson's Road, to Methven Time Stream, to Lakehood Village Green. Council's giving us the direction not to extend the collection service to Rakaya Axton Road, and council is giving officers the direction to do a little bit more investigative work for Barkers Road out in Methven. And we'll do some more investigative work for Fraser's Road as well.
Yep.
Excellent.
If councillor's happy with that? Thank
Lovely.
you, Tony.
Thank you.
Where are we going to now, Tony?
I am handing over to Richard to take you through the elderly person's housing. Use the arrows. And joining us in the hot seat is Colin Windleborn.
Good morning, Colin.
So returning to the original principle that guided the proposal that you took out, as you know, many of the elderly persons housing units require upgrading to meet basic standards. We've been funding this substantially from reserves for elderly person housing, and those reserves will run out within about 2 years. If we address the funding shortfall, 100% user pays by way of rent increases, they will significantly affect tenants, some of whom are financially vulnerable. The proposal is to introduce a general rate component and increase rent over time to help fund these upgrades and move towards 100% user pays. We heard from, what was the total number of submitters?
42.
We heard from 42 submitters. 23 of the 42, or 55%, did not support either option 1 or option 2. There was 14% support for abandoning the proposal, which would mean we increase rents significantly to meet the upgrade requirements. And there was 31% support for maintaining the proposal and introducing a general rate component of between 0 and 30% and increasing rents by around $10 per week. And that is all we have by way of slides.
Thank you, Richard. We've got some questions. Neil?
We have to make a decision, either option 1 or 2. Doing nothing, we cannot do.
It's not an option.
Because we've been advised that doing nothing it's going to self-destruct.
Correct.
So my
preference would be option 2.
Thank you for that, Neil. John?
I certainly agree with option 2, but only for a limited time period. I believe that part of the problem is that these units have not been maintained over the past, nor have full rentals been charged, so that we're making sure we get the maximum of accommodation benefit that those people can get. So I believe that, yes, we do need to pump some ratepayer money in to bring those units up to scratch so that we can charge market rentals or close to market rentals. So therefore I support it, but only for a limited period of time.
Thank you, John. Lynette?
I will support option 2. And also there was a comment being made that they hadn't been charged for their rental. So we've obviously got issues around there as well.
An increase, you mean? Hamish?
We heard yesterday that there had not been an increase this year. Is that the issue you're referring to? Yeah, an increase this year. I did ask Colin about that last night, and he might like to reply to that.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't increased the rental this year because once the country went into lockdown as far as COVID went, the government froze rents, so there would be no increase. For us to increase the rentals, we also need to give 60 days notice, so there's quite a lot of work involved in that. So we will be increasing the rents in July in line with any new policy that's in place.
Thank you for that. Councillors, we've got 3 options. I hear option 2 seems to be the main one, introducing a general rate component from 0 to 30% and increased rent by about $10 per week. Is that the direction you want to go? Roger?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask John, you suggested a limited period of time. What sort of time would you be thinking?
The amount of time required to bring the units up to scratch.
Okay. Do you want to have that not in the policy, but you want to? No, you can't do that. How long will it take? That's the question. How many years would it take to bring them up to speed?
Provide we don't have any dramatic changes to the Residential Tenancy Act as far as the obligations for the landlord, 8 to 10 years.
Okay, so that's what you base it on. Okay, Liz. Oh, sorry, Diane.
Thank you. I just want to know why the word increase by around $10 is there rather than just $10.
It would end up to be an average, so it would be some may get slightly more than the $10 and some might be get slightly less. So for budgeting purposes, I just took the $10 per unit.
Is that because of singles or doubles in there?
So there's a difference between singles and doubles. So our singles at the moment pay around the $90 and the doubles about $110. That's for our existing tenants, and the new ones go from about 100 up to about 120.
Thank you.
Liz.
Similar question, and I was wondering, do we want to say up to a certain amount, or is everyone happy with the around $10 per week?
I'm quite happy after the explanation, but how is everyone else feeling? Thank you for that. Angus?
I'm struggling a wee bit, Mr. Chair. Kind of favouring option 2, but when I found out it's going to be, the general rate component is going to be there for 10 years, maybe longer, I got a bit worried. If we could add something on to the end of option 2, that other alternatives of providing the accommodation be researched at pace. Not peace, pace.
just go to Hamish.
We can note that requirement. I think in terms of revenue and financing policy, we just need to know what the charge is, but we can certainly note council's desire for that to be fast, or that we explore other options that might minimise the length of time that stays in place for, if I understand that correctly.
Are councils happy with that, putting that, councillors, to put in? Who's on? Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's a pity we're up to the limit with the UAGC, because as a general rate, it's completely unfair when somebody in town will pay $2 and somebody with a farm will pay up to quite a few $100s. Well, that's not the way the principle should be. If as people we're going to support elderly housing, it should be as people, and that everybody supports evenly, and then they understand that citizens are supporting housing. If it's going to be $2 a year for somebody with a house in town, it's superfluous. Whereas if you've got a farm and you're paying $500 a year towards pensioner housing, that's unfair. But because we're up to the limit, well, depends whether we're up to our limit in the following year, Paul. That'll be the trouble too. I guess we will be.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know.
Yes.
It will depend on the level of budgets put forward for the next 10 years of how close we'll be to the UAGC cap.
Hamish?
Just to follow that, I mean, it is true, though, Paul, isn't it, that we have to spread some funding back to the general rate from the UAGC that already qualifies. So Paul's right, we don't know until we get there, but the likelihood is quite clear that the UAGC under our current structures will be at its maximum level.
Thank you for that. Angus.
I'm the first one that wants to see our people who, through circumstances of their own, I'm the first one that wants people through no fault of their own circumstances has fallen into and require this housing. But it's where it comes from. Under this proposal, the ratepayers of Ashburton District are going to pay through the general rate, and some of them who pay tax are also going to pay. And to me, that's massive double dipping. That's why I want the last few words added on somehow, or council pursues other alternatives with vigour.
Thank you for that. John.
Certainly, I believe the pursuing other opportunities is a discussion that we do need to have around the council table, of whether we should even be in elderly persons housing. My thoughts are we should not, but what we're addressing at the moment is just revenue and financing policy, and I think that's what we've limited to here.
And that is correct. So we're basically about the money on the moment. What happens in 10 years' time? Hopefully it will be the right direction, but on the moment we're just discussing the funding of the existing houses. I think we're still on the same direction, wasn't it? Option 2. Show of hands. I'm more than happy. Show of hands. Option 2, that we introduce a general rate component of 0 to 30% and increase rent by about $10 per week. Sorry, I didn't look it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Thank you. And I'm 7. Tony? Yeah?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Colin.
So this brings us to our next topic, which is wastewater. So in the draft revenue and financing policy, we put forward a proposal to group the township wastewater schemes on the basis that this allows the cost of providing township wastewater services to be shared by all township households and businesses connected to wastewater networks. This really aligns how we fund our township drinking water services. The argument for such a club scheme is that every township consumer has to meet the same standard wherever that town is, and so the consumers should pay the same. It helps smaller communities cope with cost increases to meet new resource consent conditions by spreading the cost across more consumers. So we heard from a total of 38 submitters on this. 11 submitters supported neither option. We had 18 submitters, or 47%, wanted things to be left as they are right now. So that is where we charge wastewater on a township by township basis. And for the proposal that council preferred, we had 9 submissions in support at 24%. The key impact of the impact of the proposal hits Methven the hardest, and our modelling initially showed that that would increase their rates by about $150 a year in that first year. Obviously that was prepared on the capital projects and the work that was ahead of us at that point in time, and didn't take into account any Three Waters reform type funding council may wish to take.
Hamish, could I ask you a question? With the drinking water system, what is going to change by government, how do we fit this in? Do we have to do this now, or do we wait a year, or how do we work it?
You're asking about the Three Waters reform. Is that your question? Yeah. Well, there's a lot of colliding principles in here for council to wrestle with. The logic of wastewater being charged on the same basis as drinking water is very strong. The difficulty for council is it impacts on different groups of ratepayers, but it's hard to argue that the logic is any different from township drinking water. If you think about the Three Waters reform, one of the issues that will be impacted if council opts into the reform over the next 12 months to examine whether the reform is to be finally opted into, is the tranche of funding is much more easily justified on the basis that everybody benefits from that, and that would require a single charge, because the government is going to contribute some money, and if things are charged separately, then the group that gets the benefit will be much narrower than if there was a single charge. Having said that, we have to, assuming council opts in and gets that money, we have to decide where that is spent by the 30th of September this year. And so again, a policy through an LTP that doesn't take effect until the 1st of July has no impact on the manner in which the benefit of that money is felt by the community. So I think in this case, the issue around Three Waters reform and money to incentivise commitment to that reform is probably irrelevant. Not logically, but just timing-wise, it doesn't coincide with the work you're doing here.
Angus, you're the first one.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a question, not make a comment, like I got confused with last time.
Oh, on your theory.
Methven. If we proceed in upgrading the Methven wastewater, what will it cost the Methven? What will the increase be required to the Methven ratepayers? You've told us what the increase will be if we adopt option 2, but if we just leave it status quo and increase the and fix their wastewater, which we're going to have to do, what will the increase rate be?
Yeah.
Will it be greater than option 2 or less than option 2?
Through the chair, I don't know. I could go away and find that out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul, do you know the answer?
I can work that out. Through Mr. Chairman, I can work it out reasonably quickly, but I'd need to know what the upgrade cost is that we're actually contemplating for that scheme.
So,
Is it?
could I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you leave that with us? We understand the question and the impact. or the potential impact, but don't have the answers until we do a little bit of work. So we'll try and do that. We might get back to Andy.
Well, you've got until we make a decision, Mr. Chief Executive.
We can slow it down.
Exactly. Let's talk more slowly.
But if I may make a comment
Yes,
now,
you can.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you can.
I'm going to take a punt that it's going to be greater because of the number of properties involved, because 4 million was mentioned. So I'm going with option 2 because I actually think it could work out cheaper at the time for the Methven residents.
John, oh, sorry.
Councillor from Methven tells me otherwise.
Yeah, it will be John.
Through you, can I just ask the CEO, from what he said before, did I pick up that he thought this question was largely redundant if we opt in to the Three Waters proposal that we've got that vote coming up on?
It's not quite what I meant. It's not redundant if we opt in. What I was really trying to say is that opting in or not is a kind of parallel conversation to whether or not we charge the same, because we can't do that until 1 July next year when the LTP kicks in, and we have to have decided the project and received the money and have it spent. We have to make that commitment now. So the funding would then, we would take the funding into account on the basis of the current funding. So they're just, the timing doesn't support it having impact, is what I'm really trying to say.
Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm totally in favour of number 2. Everybody's the same. Dan yesterday started his submission to say that Methven was against it, but when he found how much we were going to subsidise their drinking water, perhaps he'd changed his mind, and he was rather everybody the same. A bit parochial if the like of Hines or Mayfield or some of those smaller communities that have got septic tanks in the future are forced to go to sewerage systems, depending on the Three Waters, of course. If the ratepayers of the district would have to subsidise them to a certain extent, like the water is, like we are at Fetton and Chertsey with drinking water, that the price becomes prohibitive for small areas. So I'm all for everybody's the same, with wastewater the same as drinking water. That's connected.
Thank you, Stuart. Les.
And you're right, Stuart. So I think I've just looked back in the submission form, and Methven Community Board did tick option 1, but Dan did state yesterday that option 2 would be better for Methven. I think though, and this may come up in the boundary changes, but they wanted the hot pools included in that area as well, which I think is something important to note too.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we're meeting tomorrow with the team, all the different teams involved around the maps, so we've got that noted to get that one sorted ASAP.
Neil.
Just thinking about Methven hot pools, would not be just an extraordinary connection and be charged without having to change rating areas?
I would have to go and take some advice on that with Paul.
Because there's no houses, there's no subdivision out there. It's just a business, really. Yeah. But something to think about. Option 2, I'm preferring equal charge per property, because as Hamish says, the Three Waters reform, something's going to happen there. Status quo is not going to be an option. So, and if at all, what the outcome is likely to be is clubbing with some other water supplies somewhere else. How many we don't know, but there will be some clubbing, so we may as well start doing the clubbing right now, put all ours together in readiness for whatever is coming in the future.
Thanks, Neil. Diane.
And I prefer option 2, and I take my mind back to when we had the same debate over the drinking water, when we changed that and the whole district became the same charge, and there was winners and losers, but there was more winners than losers.
So you might stop Paul, or do you still want the price, Angus, from Paul or not? Because everyone seems to be.
I've actually taken a punt, so it'll be interesting to see whether I've punted right or wrong.
Mr. Chairman, I asked Andy what the capital costs were likely for wastewater out there, which is what we're talking about, isn't it?
Correct.
And he's not aware that there's any major work being done in Methven. It's only the water that's got the major works, not the wastewater. So it may not be, that may not be impact on it, because there's no, he's going to come back to me, but he's not aware of any major wastewater work in Methven in the next couple of years.
No, but I took the question to be what would it cost if the plant there required upgrading, rather than what was on the next couple of years' plan.
I can flick an email to Andrew to try and identify that, but he's coming back to me on what is actually planned for the next 10 years.
Okay.
You're quite happy, Angus, without it? Just we leave it, Paul. Thank you. So basically, option 2, is that correct? Maintain proposal that every property is getting an equal charge of $420. Is that correct? Is that what we're all happy about? Hands up. Okay, option 2, as it stands. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you.
The club scheme. Boundary changes.
The principle here is that this is the village green is a subdivision which is in close proximity to Lake Hood. To the best of my awareness, I've been out there, I've seen sections, I'm not sure I've seen any houses built as yet. But bringing in a boundary change to include the village green subdivision in the Ashburton urban amenity rate area, as well as group water supply, wastewater and refuse collection serviced areas, will ensure that all the urban residential properties in the Lake Hood area are treated and rated consistently. So it's a consistency principle, and obviously when there's no house there, then there's no rates to pay, but as soon as you do, you're treated on the same basis as your neighbours.
Any questions, councillors?
There were a total of 8 submissions received, 1 submission against the proposal, 7 submissions in support. One imagines these were all from people who live in Lake Hood rather than live in the village green. Not sure what the silent people in the village green would have thought, but at this point they're all silent.
Thank you, Richard. John, yours.
Does that include the land that's supposedly been sold to this amount?
It's house size. The house size.
Right.
Sorry. So that's the proposal, councillors. Are we happy with doing that? Or anyone in favour that we just change the boundary at Lake Hood to include?
Can I just, sorry,
yeah.
If you're looking at the summary, it says council consulted on extending the boundary at Lake Hood, but you've got Methven Community Board supporting the boundary changes. Now, they wouldn't be supporting the Lake Hood boundary changes. They were supporting the other boundary changes that were relevant to the Methven Community Board, and I think some of the other supporters would be the same. So I'm just wondering if that is correct. I mean, I'm happy for option 2, that's fine, but I just think that you've got more than one map in that document, and I think you might have some crossed over.
Through the chair, Councillor McMillan, I think you're correct. Yes, we will make sure that, so we've heard the Methven Community Board's views on the boundary changes in and around Methven, so we'll work with Dan and the team out there. But yes, you have picked that up right, we apologise.
Thank you for that. So I'll go through it one more time. Option 2, extend Lake Hood boundary to include village green development. Everyone in favour, please say aye. Oh, put your hands up, sorry. Hands. Okay. Thank you. Don?
Excellent, thank you. So we'll just move on now to what we are calling the other issues. So these are for submissions on a range of different proposals that we had in the plan, but they didn't attract a high number of responses. So when it comes to EA Network Centre, I'm sure you're all well aware of the discussion we had around EA Network Centre. The activity currently isn't meeting the revenue and finance policy right now, where 40% of the fees and charges as detailed in the policy. So what Council proposed in the draft revenue and finance policy, which we consulted on, was that we would have a funding split range to help buffer any uncertainty regarding COVID-19. Our goal as a council is to maximise the fees and charges of EA Network Centre. However, we are really however, Council directed that a funding range will help to ensure that the fees don't have to be increased to a level that makes the centre unaffordable and therefore not used, and may reduce the fees and charges revenue. So under this, I've realised we've got a typo on this next slide, which I will just quickly fix. Richard, can I just pass over to you to talk through the options? Thank you.
So the first option is to abandon the proposal, and so you would revert back to the status quo of 60% fees and charges and 40% for UAGC. The second option is to maintain a proposal, which would... So I'm just having some difficulty reading the screen, Tony.
Sorry, as I'm fiddling around with it.
Implementing a funding split range, which means 20 to 40% from fees and charges and 60 to 80% of the cost being met from UAGC. And option 3, there was a submitter who proposed that EANC should be funded 100% from fees and charges, and I think, well, many of us could agree with the principle. This is where principle runs into reality, and if we're not comfortable that we can recover 60% of the cost from fees and charges, it kind of follows that we're much less confident that we'd recover 100% cost from fees and charges. So those are the options in front of you.
John?
I'm confused. On
Next
what went out to the public as part of this here, is said the current policy is 60% fees and 40% UAGC. Proposed policies use rates to support EANC to a greater extent, 60 to 80% fees and charges, 20 to 40% UAGC. Now in this one here we've got shifting to 60 to 80% UAGC and 20 to 40% fees and charges. Now which is it?
So the consultation document, yes, there was an error on page 6 and we had them flipped around the wrong way. On the Revenue and Finance Policy draft actual document, it is 60 to 80% UAGC, 20 to 40% fees and charges.
So, and the slide we've got up there then is still, is that correct in terms of the status quo? 60% fees and charges, 40% UAGC, or should it actually be the other way around, 40-60?
No, that's what the status quo is.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically that flicks around. So from the 60% fees and 40% charges, it's going to 68. Yeah, it's flicking around, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but fees and charges is one and the same thing. So the 60% fees and charges is going to 20 to 40% fees and charges. So increased
Shifted the range.
input from rates.
About 20 to 40%. Okay. Okay, Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Totally opposed. No way should the ratepayer pay 80%, even think about paying 80% of it. I'd stick to the 60-40. If you wanted to change it, I'd go 50-70, sort of, rather than you're aimed way up here for UAGC. If you want to increase the UAGC, I'd go 50-70, perhaps 30. That would be 50-30, you know, the other way, so that I'd have to sit down and work it out. But 60-80 is loading the UAGC from where we are now by 20%, possibility. I think if we're going to load the UAGC, we should go back to 50-50 or 70-30 rather than 80-20. I'm totally opposed to 80-20. I'd rather stay at 60-40 than go to 80-20. I know we aim at 60-40, but we don't achieve it. But it's good to have that as an aim.
Roger. Oh, sorry. You go first. No, Roger.
No, you may answer my question.
The reality is the marketplace, and we can strive for 60% fees and charges, but we can't continue to put prices up and expect to earn the amount of money that needs before we meet resistance. And we're very aware of community resistance to a charge at a particular level. And once that level's reached, then we start really compromising both the community use, but of course then the amount that we raise from fees and charges. And so you end up in the death spiral. So what we're trying to do, and I hear Councillor Wilson's point in regard to the actual number, whether 60-80 UAGC is the right number, but we do really seek greater flexibility to increase the level of UAGC going to that facility, because the consequences of not doing that is we have to put the prices up, and then the behaviour will be driven by market affordability, and we'll still fail to meet the 60% anyway, because we'll get less patronage, but we've eliminated or cut some of our community out from that facility. So it's a really delicate balance. It's not just about having a 60-40 split to aim for. What that 60-40 split does is it drives the fees, and then the community will react, and then you're in a different response to the facility. So we're just looking for a little bit of leeway so that we don't drive the fees to an unmanageable level for the community.
Thank you for that, Hamish. Roger, you still got a question?
Could I congratulate the Chief Executive for reading my mind and answering the question?
It's a complex business.
Reading Roger's mind.
John, you can try the same.
The cynic in me comes out. What we're doing is we're going to having, rather than 60% fees, we could have 60% UAGC. Now at the moment, we're not charging the full depreciation on that complex. So does this mean if we increase the UAGC complex, the full amount of depreciation on that complex will be charged?
Paul. Yep.
Through Mr. Chairman, if we fully fund the depreciation, then it would mean that, and even shifted to 80% UAGC, the fees and charges would need to go up as well, because we've got a whole more bulk of expenditure. So it's unlikely that you would still be able to keep the fees even at 20% if you fully fund the depreciation at the moment. I suppose the other comment I'd make is that when we do the budgets, we won't be simply applying the 80% top line to the UAGC. We'd still be looking at the fees and charges and looking at the market and seeing what they can sustain, and then top it up, rather than at a starting point of saying, right, we're just going to bung the fees in at 20% and the UAGC at 80%. That's not the approach that would be taken here. And Council at every budget time can have a look at where we've ended up in that range and discuss it. So it's not, I don't think you should take it that suddenly the UAGC is going to be 80% here and the fees 20%.
It's just a safety part, really, is it?
The approach we'll be doing is looking at the fees and charges first and saying, where are they in the market and what can they sustain, right. And then see what the general rate has to be to complement that.
Can I just, sorry, Hamish, you
Just to take that one step further, Paul's 100% right, remembering that the total revenue is a product of the amount of the fees and the amount of patronage. So we know from history now what the market price is for those facilities and where the tension comes around community affordability. What is always hard to predict is usage, and that's where we end up having a little bit of leeway here. It won't drive the fees and charges to an unmanageable level that the existing policy might, because the outcome will be driven by patronage as much as it is the fees level.
Thank you for that. Neil?
Yeah, there's two sides to a financial ledger, and one is the other side is costs. So when you don't get the certain amount of income in, you try and trim the costs to match, and I assume you do that without asking. You just do that anyway, so that is good that happens. But I'm just looking at the policy and what went, the consultation document and what went out, and it does say 60 to 80% fees and charges, 20 to 40% UAGC. We only had 4 submissions, so did people look at what we had in the document and think, I'm happy with it, I don't need to submit? If it was, we're actually going to decide something which is different to what we consulted on. I know we got it wrong. I don't know if we can just flip it over and say we got it wrong and make a decision, because it's not what we consulted on. So I'll take some advice on that. Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. That's a great question. Further on page 18 of the consultation document, we did have it right in the summary tables. Methven Community Board did submit on this and did point out our error. And so we are comfortable that they understood what was being proposed. And when we look at the other submissions that we received, Philip Everest, he talked about user pays existing and making sure and balancing that with affordability. Robert Gervin, he spoke about EANC should be self-funding. Methven Community Board indicated that it should remain as 60% UAGC and 40% fees and charges. And Ron Smith thinks that EANC should be UAGC 2040 and fees and charges 60/80. So on the balance of those 4 submissions. Yes.
Right, yeah, okay. Stuart?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. At the moment, the 60% is the UAGC and the 40% is fees and charges. Is that right?
In the current policy
Current
that
thing.
we've got, it is
current.
60% fees and charges, 40% UAGC.
Yep. I'd like to see, instead of 60% UAGC, 50 to 70%, which is in the middle, and it gives us a range. It's, if we go over the 60, we can go to 70 instead of 80, and the fees and charges 30 to 50. It gives you the range. That's exactly in the middle where it is now. Instead of 60-40, the 50-70, 30-50 gives you a 10% range either way. I think 20% range up for UAG is too much. I'd allow a 10% increase on UAGC and a 10% down option for fees and charges, but not 20%. It's ridiculous that the fees and charges are only 20% of that facility. That's ridiculous.
Can I just ask Hamish or Paul, so how much money comes in the fees, and how much do we have to put on top of that in the percentage?
We can look that up for you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Just making it really clear so that there's no misunderstanding down the track. Currently, fees and charges are 60%, and the proposal is that fees and charges would be 20 to 40%. So quite a significant difference.
Yeah.
So, which I think, if I heard the intent of Councillor Wilson, he wants that to be less, but I think he might have still had in his mind around the other way. So, yeah, so a 50 to 70 would be for the UAGC as opposed to a 60 to 80. That might be what you're proposing, but I think the language you used was slightly different to the reality of of that. So we just need some real clarity so that everyone walks away from here knowing exactly what council's direction is. Currently, fees and charges are 60. Under the proposal, they would be 20 to 40. Yeah, so it's even more skewed from as a proposal than I think the words I heard Councillor Wilson say. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Lynette.
Yeah, if you turn them around, I support that middle ground, but I think we've got to realise swimming pools will never make money, and I think we've got to think of the well-being of people and the affordability of it as well. Option 2, but if we can get that balance right, I think we're going the right direction.
Angus?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There has been one instance that I know of with about what the Mayor said about wrong documentation and consultation documents. It was the previous council in option 3 on the office and library, because I wore the brunt of it. It was wrong in the document, and council made a decision that was totally opposite to that. So that's okay. But otherwise I'm in option 2 because necessity will in the future, I believe, mean that we'll have to put more rates into the EA Network Centre than what we do now. So we might as well be honest and put a policy in that allows us to do it.
Thank you, Angus.
One thing that we haven't taken into account, I don't think, is the benefit costs of EA Network Centre to this community. It has a health benefit, it has an attraction to Ashburton benefit, and it puts us on the map with the number of sporting facilities, number of national and regional and minor national champions that we have in the area. And I think for that purpose, it's a great purpose. The spin-off to the accommodation industry is tremendous, they'll tell you.
Thank you, Angus. Neil?
If we have a good year and the people turn up at the EA Network Centre and our fees that come in are 45%, does that mean we then start lowering the cost of going there? Or do we bank the 45% and not use UAGC as much? Because that wouldn't be our policy.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, council sets the fees each year based on the data that it has in front of it.
Yeah.
So if council saw that our patronage was such that there was potential to lower fees to hit a target, you might well turn your mind to whether the target was now correct. And what I'm trying to say is the market is the market is the market for fees.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we would lessen fees if we had really high patronage and we were missing a target, because what that would say to us is that the fees were about right for high patronage and it was the target that was the problem. So I don't think overshooting a target would automatically lower fees. And in any case, it ultimately comes back to this council to set those fees. And I'm sure you would more likely say we've got it about right and the market rate is actually encouraging patronage, therefore it would stay much as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think go from 60% fees and charges down to the maximum 40% is too big a drop. And I'd probably more support Councillor Wilson at the 50%, and the other numbers will change accordingly.
Roger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm comfortable with option 2, and I think if the economy gets tougher in the future, as it's likely to do, we may struggle to get enough patronage to actually support that. But as Councillor Mackay said, I'll use the word ambience. It's never going to make money, and it's part of living in this district, like the event centre and the domain and all the other things. And it's all very well to say user pays, and I'm a fan of user pays, but in the larger scheme of things, that probably if it gets tougher, there's going to be a necessity to have more of the UAGC fund that thing. And I think we should give the staff enough latitude so that they can come to the right conclusion. So I'm happy with option 2.
Thank you, Roger. John.
I actually support Neil and Stuart, 30-50 split. The other thing I would also like to see, and I don't know whether it's possible to do, Neil raised a very good point before, if your income's not there, you look at your expenditure. It'll be interesting to see from other community-owned pools that are owned by TAs what their KPIs are on running their pools, which would give us a better idea of what we can charge. Are we getting efficiency out of our team members who work there, and that sort of thing.
Yes, Hamish?
Yes, I agree. I think some benchmarking for similar facilities is a valuable piece of information that can help. To that general point, though, we are very cost conscious down there, and it was only a few months ago that Neil and Steve found some savings through the electricity pricing regime. We're very mindful of the staff that work down there. There's a certain number you have to have around health and safety in a swimming pool. Remembering our complex has a gym and a stadium attached to it, so there's a whole range of factors that you need to take into account. But an examination of how others fare around costs, I think, is a really sensible suggestion, and we'll look to do that.
Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. At the moment, UAGC is 40%. I'd like to see the range 50 to 60. Fees are 60. I'd like to see the range 40 to 50. So it could be 50-50 from 60-40, or it could be 60-40 the other way round. Instead of 60 fees, it could be 60 UAGC, 40 fees. It's all very well being so patronic and saying, you know, we've got to have a cheap pool so people can go to the pool. You completely ignore that people that live in Ashburton have got a huge advantage, apart from the schools that come in for a week or two. People that live in outlying districts don't use the pool, haven't got accessibility as easy as people that live close by. So you've got to take into a little bit of account that outlying people, if they pay a lot more, don't use it as much as people that, if it stays in the UAGC, that overcomes that. But as we reach the limit of the UAGC, I would hate to see the general rate being used to subsidise the pool.
Thank you for that, Stuart. Just a quick question. You're using the pool with your grandchildren, aren't you? Okay, thank you. Liz.
I was going to agree with Councillor Wilson, but now you've changed all your numbers, so I don't know what's happening. But I remember debating this last revenue and finance policy, and the object then was to make it 50-50. I'm in favour of the 50 to 70 UAGC and the 30 to 50 fees and charges. Was that your original suggestion, Councillor Wilson? Yeah, so that's what I'm... And as far as people out of the township coming in, every time I drive back to Methven around 3:30 from Ashburton, I will just see a stream of cars, and I know most of them, and most of them are coming down for swimming lessons. So it is well used from people out of the district. I didn't think it would be as well used, and I remember when we talked about having a pool in Ashburton, and I was interviewed as part of the Methven Community Board. I said, oh, people won't travel down there, and it's just amazing how many people do. And I think we found that out a couple of years ago when the swimming lessons were pretty much chock-a-block. So if we're going back, I don't even know if it's option 2, but the original 50-70 to 30 to 50 is what I support.
So 50,
and I'm confused now.
So 50-70 UAGC, yeah, and 30-50 fees. Is that what I hear? Great, okay, that's where we are.
That's what Stuart.
Yes, yeah, but then. Right, Tony, you and I, can we get on the same page? Here we are.
So, I'm not clear yet.
Okay.
But I'm hearing a desire to see this change to 50 to 70% UAGC
That's
and
what I hear
30 to
too.
50% fees and charges.
That's how I hear it as well. No, we're trying to get somewhere. Angus.
I have a suggestion. Could we use our in-house auctioneer?
Yes. Okay, Paul, you've got. Oh, no. Stuart, thought you wanted to say something.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's 38% fees and charges, 62 UAGC.
Okay.
So it's almost close to the 40-60.
Okay.
And that was discussed at the last annual plan of what the fees and charges could actually bear in the market.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I've written on the board what I understand the prevailing view to be, which is I'm just calling it rates for simplicity, but UAGC is going from 40 to 50 to 70, and fees is going from 60 to 30 to 50. That's what I heard.
Actual at the moment, what was actual?
I think Paul said 38, 62.
Yes. 38 fees.
We've always been around 40% fees and charges.
Okay.
Over the last few years.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. So this is workable?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Right. What are we going to put? Hands up for who's happy with this proposal? Okay. Sorry, the one on the board? 30-50 is fees percentage and rates is 50 till 70. Okay, everyone favor 1, 2, 3, 4. I saw 4, 5, 6, and I'm 7. Yep. Tony, you've got it?
Excellent. Just for the viewers at home to be really clear, we'll be preparing the draft revenue and finance policy on a split of 30 to 50% fees, 50 to 70% UAGC.
Correct.
Ace.
Correct.
Thank you. Leads us on to our next, hopefully quick discussion. So this was on community grants and funding. Under the current policy right now, we use a mixture of UAGC and general rate for all our community grants and funding. The proposal that we have in the Revenue and Finance Policy draft right now, in which we consulted on, was that we moved community grants and funding through to all being 100% UAGC. We had a submission from Methven Community Board on this. Just double check. That supported the 100% UAGC. Are you happy that we continue with that in the policy?
As it is.
As it is in the draft right now.
Yep. Although I've got some people here. John, and then Liz.
So what we're doing by loading more into the UAGC, we're already at the maximum of the 30% now. It just means that something else will have to be taken out of UAGC at some future point in time, such as the art gallery museum or something like that, which tends to be used as a fill. So what is the point in changing this one?
Paul?
Mr. Chairman, I suppose what you're doing is you're pointing to a purist approach, but effectively by saying, yes, we think the benefit of this is a UAGC and we're going to rate it as a UAGC, but in the policy there'll be an overall comment somewhere, just like there is at the moment, that if all the UAGCs added together are too much, then we have to do an adjustment. But what you're actually signalling is ideally this would be done by UAGC, and if in the future the expenditure changes so much in some years that you can do everything that you put in your policy as UAGC, then you would. So that's what it's really is signalling, that if we could, we would do it through UAGC. And at the moment's LTP, it doesn't look like you'll ever get to the stage where you can do it, but you might, in the future you might, I don't know.
We've got some questions, Liz.
Thank you, and they're just a couple of submissions that are on the summary page that if it says on the side noted, but I just want to bring them up again. And one was from Hamish Gilpin, concerned about the move back to a targeted rate for the Methven community pool. It was lumped in with all the other pools at the last revenue and finance policy, and there was a $15,000 that used to go directly to the Methven pool. I just want to make sure that that is not missed again, and it's, I mean, they definitely rely on that $15,000. And the other one was the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall Board, and I see that you're saying that that will be addressed through the LTP, but that was something that was missed off in the last annual plan. So I think we had it reinstated as $20,000 at the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall Board meeting on Monday. The chair spoke about this and said 25,000 going forward is probably more realistic as a targeted rate.
We'll make a note of that when it comes to preparing the LTP budgets.
I don't think I've got anything else. Thank you.
Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is probably a discussion for another time, but community grants and funding, does the council have any obligations under grants and funding, or can we decide, as I say, it's really a discussion for another day, but things can get a bit carried away. So I'm just asking the question, what sort of obligations
There's
do
a
we
lady
have?
there who can answer this.
Thank you, through the chair. So there's no direct obligations in terms of having to provide community grants and funding. It can be a way of meeting needs in the community that we as council can't provide, but that there are other community groups and organisations that can provide it in quite a unique way for our local community. So what will happen is at the next LTP workshop, when we're talking about public services, and there's an activity management plan that does cover off the community grants and funding, to have that discussion in and around if you see council continuing in that space, and then also the associated budgets with that. I guess for context, if you take out ATEC and Safer Mid Canterbury and the Ashburton Art Gallery, we administer, I think it's around about $350,000 a year through grants and funding to different community groups and organisations. So it's a sum of money. It's not a substantial sum of money, and certainly for the groups who receive it, it does make quite a difference to how they function.
Thank you.
Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Talking about the three waters, I've got a question for Paul. If they were taking out of our administration, does that change the UAGC available for other activities? I mean, do they affect the 30%, Paul?
Mr. Chairman, from memory, I think water and wastewater are not included and already excluded from the UAGC calculation. So it will make your ability to collect the amount that you're saying through UAGC more difficult than it is at the moment.
That's what I want to know, yeah.
Yeah, so water's definitely not in there. I don't think wastewater is either. And I think refuse might be out as well.
Okay, Liz, you're the next one.
Yes, another thing I didn't mention, and again on the summary about memorial halls and reserve boards, unfair to use targeted rate when everyone benefits, and I think this was about the Methven Reserve Board and the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall. They're used by a wider area than just the Methven Community Board rating, targeted rating area. So can that also be put on the list, please?
Thank you, through the chair, and next slide addresses that specifically.
Right, we've got a proposal.
Just got one question before we move.
Go for it.
Question probably for Paul. Can you have a targeted rate which is a dollar amount and it's not a UAGC, not called UAGC?
No, through Mr. Chairman, no, you can't. That's a UAGC if it's a targeted fixed amount. So you can't get round that. It's
So
a
you're not
UAGC.
charging the whole district, you're just
UAC.
charging a certain
It's still,
part of a district.
even as part of the district, it still comes in as part of the UAC calculation to calculate the limit.
Thank you.
Okay, see if we can get somewhere here. So we've got option 1. That is basically the one you want to get rid of. Is that correct?
So we consulted with the community on option 2.
Yeah.
That would move community grants and funding to be funded 100% through the UAGC.
And there's a possibility to do. If I listened to Paul before, we can get the money there anyway. Councillors, where are we going? If we go for option 2. Sorry. Oh, Angus. Oh, sorry, you just put your hand up for option 2?
Is that not what you said?
Yes, yeah. Okay, option 2. If you want to favor, please. Yeah. Option 2.
Thank you.
That funds community grants and funding through 100% UAGC.
Excellent.
And he is less special.
Memorial halls and reserves boards.
Yes.
So the status quo is that we currently fund this 50% from general rate and 50% from targeted rates. The proposal is that we would fund these activities 100% from targeted rates, but it would be a mix of different targeted rates. So there'd be a targeted rate to Methven, for the Methven Memorial Hall, to Rakaia for the Rakaia Memorial Hall, that the Tynwald Hall would be funded from the urban amenity rate, and that all other halls would be funded from a rural amenity rate. And there was quite a bit of discussion before you adopted the draft around this issue, and that was where you landed prior to consultation. What you have heard from the Methven Community Board in particular is a question around whether the area of benefit for particularly Methven Memorial Hall should actually be wider than the current boundary, and you've heard Tony say that there's a group meeting tomorrow to look at those lines. So that's where we sit at the moment.
Lynette, you've got a question or?
Yeah, I would agree with option 2. If you extend the boundaries around just beyond the town boundaries, Methven, Rakaia, and even with the Tynwald Hall, you could just go a road out a bit further to see how you go there.
But the Tynwald one is just an urban one. It's fully urban. Oh, okay. Yeah. Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about a targeted rate, option 2. Is that the same as the UAGC?
It's always something I've done.
Because the Mayor just asked a question a moment ago about could we call it a targeted rate and charge somewhere else? And he was told no.
No, because he wanted to have a per property charge that was the same. A targeted rate is for a targeted area, but it's still based on property value.
Okay.
What the Mayor was talking about was having a per property rate for a targeted area.
Okay.
And then was that caught by the UAGC, which Paul's advice was pretty clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right.
Stuart.
I support number 2, especially if it's possible to extend the targeted rate round Methven and Rakaia. Tynwald will naturally fall under the urban amenity rate part of Ashburton, because Tynwald Hall is really part of the town. It's not classed as a rural hall, and the rural amenity rate is pretty low as it is. So that would include from Hinds, Mayfield, Pendarvis, every little Ruapuna, all those halls. They get indemnity insurance, I think, most of them. There's 1 or 2 memorial halls. And the reserves, they would come out of the amenity rate too, I guess. Was that right? Yeah. I think we've got it pretty well right there, just to extend the boundaries on Methven and Rakaia.
Please.
And I know I jumped the gun before, but yes, I agree, option 2, and just extending those boundaries. And I mean, even Methven Reserve Board, a lot of Lauriston school children play rugby at Methven Reserve, cricket, everything. So I think you really have to, don't look just sort of a few roads out, actually look a bit further out if you can.
Paul?
Chairman, that leaves us in a slightly difficult position of not knowing where that boundary is. So are you saying 25 k's out from the centre of Methven? Are you talking 50? Am I just drawing a line round? Some councils simply scribe a circle round a hall at a certain distance, say that's the rating area for that hall. So I'd be interested if you have a view on how far out this is going to go. Otherwise, we're going to come back with a multitude of options of where you think the benefit, because what you're talking about now is a locality benefit,
Yes.
which generally we have not in any revenue and financing policy that I'm aware of really address a locality benefit. So now we're introducing one, and I'm just interested to know where you see that locality going out, how far you see it going out.
I agree with you there, Paul, because I can't work it out either. Yeah, it's not a village. You're going outside, so some farmers will pay it and the neighbour next door don't. I'm not sure how to do this. Any suggestions from the other table? We've got another question, Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject's just come up that I was going to talk about, the locality benefit. Now, and I can only speak really for my old area, and I farmed at Lauriston. The Lauriston school was decapitated and taken to Mount Hutt College. So, although I was part of the Rakaia Presbyterian Parish and I was in JCs in Rakaia, I also was on the Mount Hutt College Board of Governors and I played golf at Methven. So, if you wanted to put a line, the Lauriston Bar Hill Road would be a line between Rakaia and Methven, and in my mind you could quite legally rate for the Rakaia Hall up to the Lauriston Bar Hill Road and the Methven Hall down to the Lauriston Bar Hill Road, because they are two communities. So, but how you draw the line elsewhere, I'm not familiar enough with the community. But if we put a locality factor in, it's very easy out that side of the dry area.
Angus.
In answer to your question and Mr. Brake's question, my answer is 35 k's.
They're almost here. There's almost back into town, including town. Right, we passed that one. Neil.
I'm just.
Yeah, I know it's a spirit.
It's Tony, could you point me to the page in the consultation document where this is? I'm just struggling to find it. And I think option 2 is just overcomplicating everything. And just leave it as option 1. Tony? What page is it on in the consultation?
If you go refer to page 7 on the consultation document, under the title Memorial Halls and Reserve Boards.
Oh, yeah, got it. So the amount of dollars you're collecting is pretty small, 12 for Methven and 8 for Rakaia. I wonder if it's worth doing it and leave it as it is, status quo.
Please.
Does the 25 or 20,000 targeted rate for the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall, is that included? No, so that's separate. Okay. I'm looking at a 10k radius because that goes out to Lauriston.
Sorry, what was that, Councillor McMillan?
Oh, Google Maps says it does.
Oh, okay, well, it was 12 miles.
It's 9.1 k's. I,
It's surely going downhill.
personally, I think it might, you said you're going to have a meeting or workshop or something about this tomorrow.
As officers, we're going to meet tomorrow
As
to look
officers.
through all the maps and make the adjustments that we need. Bearing in mind, so the draft policy and associated maps will be coming back to Audit, Risk and Finance for Council to see before it goes to Council for adoption. As Mr. Brake has pointed out, sorry, you just got elevated.
It's a long morning.
It's knowing where to draw the lines on the map. The boundaries that we're intending were around the urban boundaries of Methven and Rakaya right now, because there's a lot of logic for those from the perspective if they receive urban amenities or the township amenities. But we'll be guided by your advice, councillors.
If I can put something in, Methven has been growing quite well, so they're getting more people inside the town. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, it is.
So that will bring more money in as well.
And maybe if it is too complicated, maybe leave it as option 2, a targeted rate, but just leave your boundaries. And I probably overcomplicated it because I think that more people use those facilities, and Methven has a lot of targeted rates. They have the community board, they have the hall, and they all add up. And so I just thought sharing the load would be nice for a change.
Angus?
In all seriousness, Mr. Chairman, when you read the why on the consultation document, the current approach is too complex to administer and result in many memorial halls and reserve boards being underfunded. We still want to apply the user pays principle, so we need to look at targeted rates for the people who benefit. The people who benefit are all those that are in the district, are they not? By having such halls, etc., etc., etc.
Thank you for that. Stuart?
So what was Councillor Mackay actually suggesting we
I'm
do?
not sure.
Because, I mean, we have to be careful. If Methven and Rakaya take that whole area out between themselves, is there no reserves apart from Methven and Rakaya? Is there a Bar Hill Reserve? Is there a Lauriston or a Lyndhurst or something? Are they not? Is they going to pay for Methven, and are they going to pay towards the general rural reserve amenity rate? It's, if you make those areas too big, they're going to swamp the whole area. I think Liz's idea, going back to the original boundaries and not making it very high, it's all very well for Methven to say they object to perhaps paying a levy for their hall. That's what they wanted to do. If other halls can do it too, if Hines wanted to do it, but we don't have a rating district, we rely on volunteers to run our hall. So I think if Methven want to rate for their hall, good luck to them. They don't have to, they could make it all voluntary. But obviously their hall can't survive if they go that way.
Yeah. There you go. Angus, sorry, back to you.
Well,
you want to have them all
if
in
we
town?
I thought the idea was
Yep.
that we were going to provide some money
Yep.
for the reserve boards, etc., etc., etc. My joke wasn't actually a joke of 35 because I got sent to the Seafield Reserve Board hall triennial meeting, and they have better hire through the graciousness of a neighbour who has his farm meetings in the hall. That's the only way they survive. The spouting's falling off, the place is in total disrepair, they have a drinking water problem that's going to have to be solved sooner or later. So if they have no money, how are they going to do it? So if we don't, as a district, provide some sort of revenue stream for them on in a way that is right and proper, they're not going to survive. So we're going to see those disappear. Hines is totally different. They made a decision not to be a memorial hall or
a district reserve. That was their choice some years ago. So, yeah, if we don't do something, we're saying goodbye to all those rural reserves and halls.
And maybe we might have to make a decision about that. Not now, but it might be something we have to look at in years to come. Or
Proposal is.
Neil.
On option one, which is the funding split, 50% general rate, 50% targeted rate, still fund those halls in reserve boards, rather than lump it onto the people of Methven to look after theirs, the people required to look after theirs. Because I use the Methven hall, I use the Rakaia hall, I don't live there, but I still use it. Not as much as someone who does live there, so I don't mind paying something for it through the general rate. Rather than me use the Methven hall and the Methven people pay for it, I get away scot-free, so to speak. So option one is 50% general rate, 50% targeted rate as the status quo.
I just got Hamish first, or Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't help but think that in a time where there's we're struggling to make a change, that the status quo grows in appeal. Because if there's no clear answer, then the difficulty in making the decision, unintended consequences, impacts of where you draw the next line, there's always going to be a property on there, just on the other side of whatever line you draw, then you start to, well, I think anyway, you perhaps start turning back to the status quo because the change is not clear.
Yeah.
I
agree with that. Richard? Oh, Paul, sorry.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I can clarify what's actually involved here, though. My understanding is there's 2 reserve boards only that get a targeted general rate split, and that's Methven and Rakaia. They're the only 2. That we don't put rates into any other reserve board or hall other than we pay their insurance costs, and that comes out of the general rate. So we're talking, so apart from the general rate for insurance on halls and reserve boards, if there is any insurance on reserve boards, the only 2 reserve boards that get anything from rating is the Methven and Rakaia ones, and it's 50-50 split. It's not both of them are under $10,000, or maybe one of them's 7 and 7, but they're not very big. So that's it at the moment. And any other rural hall that needs assistance is generally done, my understanding, through grants or something like that. We don't rate for them. So that's the current situation with that.
Thank you, Paul, for that. I've got Lynette first now.
I was just going to ask, because we asked for Tinwald Hall to be put in with us because they were on the with competing for money along with all the rural halls, weren't they? Well, because we kind of really wanted them to be targeted from Tinwald, like Rakaia is to Rakaia and whatever.
Yes, that's as I understand the conversation was, which is why Tinwald was put in as in option 2.
Angus.
I'll try and clear it up. We, all ratepayers in the Ashburton district, pay a targeted works and services rate for all flooding districts run by Environment Canterbury, and it's called a targeted rate, but it's right across. It's a works and services targeted rate, and it's right across the Ashburton District Council area, and the rate inside the Ashburton District Council area differs to that in Selwyn and differs to that in the Timaru district. So that's how, maybe it's confusion how I see a targeted rate. I think we actually need a targeted rate on the rate demand saying this amount is for halls and reserve boards. That's how I understand a targeted rate is, but I believe that all of you actually think it's something else. It's just targeting an area. That's the way I see it.
Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Once Paul explains it, option 2 is exactly what it should be. Methven and Rakaia have got separate targeted general rates because they're for a small amount. We include Tinwald into the Ashburton amenity rate, which won't be any increase for Ashburton Urban, it might be 50 cents. And at the moment we provide no rating for rural halls. comes out of the general rate. Well, the urban amenity rate is really, really low. It's most people, it's not even $100, I don't think, is it, Paul? That fund can be used for money available for all the reserves in rural areas at the moment have got no access to funds unless they apply for grants. And I think if we apply the general rate across the whole district for halls, Methven and Mackay would be the losers because they want a specific 25,000. Well, if you put 25,000 to every hall in the district, it would get out of hand completely. So I reckon we've discussed option 2 originally, and I thought we got it pretty well right in the end. So I support option 2.
Yeah, I go for show of hands because I can hear the status quo because we're not sure what we're talking about. And now we cover option 2. So, it's I want a wee bit more and you can get a wee bit less. That's how I feel in the moment sitting here, Mr. Chair. Okay, do we start option 2? Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're not there. If I can use Hamish, what he said before, we are not clear what we're doing. Stay with the status quo, and that is my gut feeling. But, or
we could just have a cup of tea and see if there's any consensus develops.
okay, I like that part. We have a cup of tea, a bit of lunch, and have a good talk, and then come back to this. It should be simple, but we make it pretty hard. Meeting adjourned.
in Rakaia and Methven. So when we strike the rural amenity rate, Ashburton, Rakaia and Methven are excluded from that rural amenity rate.
So then you shouldn't increase the area because you'll be bringing some rural amenity rates into the townships. So there's an argument there not to expand the boundaries.
So option 2 is the easiest option to work with. Is that correct?
I think it makes it it's more transparent if you have option 2, and it's easier actually for us in rating to do that.
Thank you, Paul. I think you solved the problem. Councillors, we go, hand, show of hands. Option 2, implement 100% target rate. Yay! We're doing well today. Done. Thank you, Paul. Tony.
Excellent. Thank you very much, councillors. So we are on the final slide, the final 3 slides, sorry, for the revenue and financing policy. This next slide is around the regulatory services activities. If you cast your mind back to when we were preparing the draft revenue and financing policy, we proposed a funding range to account for losses of revenue by increasing the general rate component, and that's what we went out to consultation with. We didn't receive any feedback around this, so simply we just need council to confirm that they're happy to see option 2 flow through into the draft revenue, the final revenue and financing policy.
Angus. Oh, sorry, the Mayor.
All it's really doing is making the option available if the funding drops down, not necessarily to use it, makes it available.
Yes, you're correct, Mayor.
Options, which one are we going for? Two? Okay. Option 2, hands up, please. Most of us say yes. So, option 2.
Lovely, thank you. Next slide was regarding environmental health. So when we prepared the draft revenue and financing policy, we have split the environmental health activity into 2 to represent the different beneficiaries, and that's what we went out to consultation with. So the environmental health monitoring and enforcement, which is the new line, is 100% funded from the general rate, and the environmental health licensing aspect is funded 10 to 15% from the general rate and 85 to 90% from the fees and charges. And that's what we went to consultation with, was option 2. So again, we didn't receive any submissions on this. We're just seeking to confirm that you're happy to see option 2 flow through into the revenue and financing policy.
Thank you. Option 2, hands, please. Done.
Excellent. Flying now, guys.
This is scary, Tony.
I knew food would help. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jane has just pointed out that there was one submission. That's my oversight. I'm trying to find who that was.
I think it was a Mr. Smith through you.
Oh,
Mr.
Ron
Chair,
Smith.
And it was not specifically about number 10, but that all regulatory activities should be 100% user pays. But of course, I'm sure everyone in this room knows that you can't do that because you wouldn't be able to answer public inquiries at the counter or on the phone unless you got money up front and all that education side of regulatory activities. I don't know how you would be able to do that if you were 100% user pays.
Oh, sorry.
Just a question.
Yeah.
What percentage, if we go for option 2, will it be? How much is actually licensing and how much is public benefit?
Oh, in terms of the portion of the budget?
Yes.
Sorry, I'll have to defer to Jane for that one. In terms of what split out the budget goes to, Jane.
At the moment, sorry, what was the question exactly?
If we go to option 2, it's got licensing, private benefit, will be split into 2 different parts.
Oh,
Same as
I
well.
think it was going to be, was it 80% private benefit for licensing and 100% public benefit for monitoring and enforcement? Is that what I'm being asked?
Sorry, Jane, I think Councillor Wilson was asking, in terms of the actual environmental health budget, how much would then be split and funded which way? In terms of, so the environmental health, the monitoring and enforcement will be 100% from the general rate, and the environmental health licensing will be 10 to 15% from the general rate and 85 to 90% from the fees and charges.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we'd have to come back with that information. What I understand is you want to know what the total budget is for those two activities that are combined at the moment, then how much goes to licensing and how much goes to monitoring and enforcement. I think that's the question.
Was that a question?
And we'd have to come back to you on that.
Yes, if we go to option 2.
Yep.
The private benefit will be paid by people that are licensing.
Yep.
And the other part will be paid by the general rate. Yeah. But all I wanted to know,
The percentage.
does it change much from option 1 to option 2?
I don't.
No, it doesn't. It's going to make it more accountable, because at the moment you can't see which is which is why I can't answer your question.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, thank you. And the lucky last slide is on the Youth Council. So this is really a tidy up from the last time we did a policy review for revenue and financing. In the proposed revenue and financing policy, we have proposed that we will fund the Youth Council 100% through the UAGC, in line with how we fund council and other democracy activities. The current policy has it being 100% funded through the general rate. We have received no submissions on this, so it's entirely, we just wanted to confirm that you're happy to see that pulled through.
Stuart, okay.
I agree with option 2, and that puts it in line with everybody else.
That's it. Option 2. Thank you. Tony, you've got this one as well.
That was the last slide. Well done. You could have flown. So thank you. From there, we'll go away and prepare the final draft revenue and financing policy and bring that up to ARF, and then that recommendation will flow through to council. We do have one more piece of work for you.
DC and FCs.
That's the development and financial contributions policy. So if you just give us a couple of moments to get this presentation up.
Where the hell is it? I need to find it.
Got it.
It's thought.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Thought.
Yeah.
This is stick. If they already be on the stick, of course, but I don't recall where they put it. That's it. No, it's cool. You want to help out?
1. And we're back again. Richard, you can finish this off.
Thank you. So having dealt with the issues in revenue and financing policy, we now turn to the red-headed stepchild of development contributions, where we have much fewer issues to talk about. What are those issues? There are the 3 issues that we raised in the consultation, the first of those being the quantum of development contributions, the second of those being capacity credits, the third of those relating to network extensions, and then there are some other issues that have been raised by submitters. So we'll deal with each of those in turn. In terms of the overall quantum of development contributions, we effectively put 3 options in front of the community. The first was a no increase option. The second was the proposal, which was to raise development contributions by a maximum of $2,500. And the third option was to increase development contributions by up to $5,000. What we saw by way of community response was that we had 3 submitters who favoured the status quo, 3 who favoured the proposal, and 1 submitter who favoured raising DCs by up to $5,000. Now obviously 7 submitters from a community of 34,000 is a fairly small sample, and we need to be very careful about the conclusions that we draw from small samples, as we should equally be careful about drawing conclusions about the silence of the other 33,900 odd members of the community. What I would say is that of those options, the one thing you shouldn't do with the quantum of development contributions is recover more than 100% of your gross expenditure. The proposal that you have in front of you, that by raising by up to 2,500, will recover 100% of your growth capex for water and wastewater, and it will recover, because it was capped, you'll recall, it will recover about 70% of your community infrastructure growth capex. The status quo recovers about 50% of your growth capex for community infrastructure, and a variety of percentages ranging from about 63% in Ashburton to a number in the 90% and 100% for water and wastewater in other communities. The alternative of raising them by up to $5,000 would recover 100% of all your growth capex for water, wastewater and community infrastructure. However, that wasn't a favoured option in the proposal, because you were concerned that raising development contributions too greatly would have a negative effect on development activity. So those were the 3 options, and I don't think I have a second slide on that. No, I don't. So the first decision really is, do you wish to remain with the proposal, or do you wish to amend to either the status quo or the alternative, or to some other figure as a maximum increase?
Thank you, Richard. John?
I'm confused again. In the mail out, or in the submission document went out, if I'm looking at page 11, and we've got, if we look at require, option to increase by up to $2,500, the fees goes from 3,131 to 9,216, but by increasing it by $5,000, it only goes to 6,308. Well, no, they're all jumbled. It's like someone's throwing them at a blackboard, and they just don't make any sense.
Oh.
I think, yeah, what seems to have happened, this was I don't think this was the final version that actually went out. I think I picked up and we corrected this. So the layout on that document is incorrect. I think it actually went up onto our website on the first day. We picked up the mistake the second day and replaced it on the website. But you've got that version, on Stella. So effectively, most of those numbers need to come up.
On option 2, they'll need to raise one.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll move and raise you one.
So apologies for that. So does that address your confusion, Councillor?
Well, it does,
Flynn?
yeah.
It explains it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, John. Anyone else? So the proposal we made the last time is raising them up to raise them by up to $2,500.
Yeah.
If you are in favour, please say aye, or just raise the hand, might be easiest. Thank you.
The second issue relates to capacity credits. And a capacity credit is when you have a development that was generally made before there was a policy, or in some cases development since the policy. And if the development, if you had a fire, for example, so whether it's a house that's existed for 50 years or whether it's a new house, and the house burns down, the way that capacity credits work is, under our current policy, is if you rebuild that house within 2 years, then you get the development contribution. You don't have to pay the development contribution again because you get the credit from already being a consumer on the scheme. You've effectively already paid to enter the club. Under our current policy, though, after more than 2 years, you would have to pay again. And so the proposal that we went out to the community with was to extend that period for 5 years, and for that 5-year period to apply to both the building and the land on which it sat, because technically under the way the policy is written, it could be interpreted that as soon as the land was vacant of a building, that the credit immediately disappeared. So we think it should sit with the land as the building is removed. The other thing in the proposal was that in terms of circumstances where a redevelopment didn't occur within 5 years, council would have the discretion to consider capacity credits extending beyond the 5-year period. This proposal was supported by 6 of the 7 submitters. There was a contrary view expressed, which was to the effect that the capacity credit being held at 2 years provides an incentive for people to redevelop their sites, rather than leave them as quote-unquote ugly demo sites. That's all I wish to say by way of explaining those issues. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Yep. Councillors, any questions or any suggestions what we should be doing?
I was going to say, we're always going to have ugly demo sites. Buildings will come down and they're going to do nothing anyway, but the proposal of 5 years, I'd go along with that because it does take time for businesses, thinking of the earthquakes, talking to other landowners of whether they can combine and get a building going again. I think, I think the proposal of 5 years to me is a good time to get all the nuts and bolts in a row.
Thank you, Lynette.
Yeah.
Neil?
Support 5 years.
Thank you. Roger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has 2 years been a problem in the past? Have we had any feedback that we're putting too much pressure on people with derelict buildings / loss of fire or whatever? Has 2 years been a problem?
The feedback I had from Mr. Wong was that it hasn't been a problem, but we can foresee, because there are a number of buildings in the community now that are under earthquake notices, we can foresee that this could become a problem. And so that was why it was raised.
John?
Yeah, I certainly support the 5 years, but I also equally support the discretion that it gives council to extend it beyond the 5 years if there are circumstances which may pertain to some development.
And that is the proposal. Okay, the proposal as it stands, 5 years, building and land council discretion beyond 5 years. If you want in favour, please put hands up. All done.
Network extensions, we didn't highlight this very much in the consultation document because essentially it's a technical and administrative issue. It doesn't change the cost of development for developers, it doesn't change the level of service. What it does is it aligns our policy for development contributions with our practice around what we do when we approve network extensions. So it reduces our legal risk and therefore the ratepayers' legal risk by aligning a policy with the practice. So we didn't ask the community for their views on this technical and administrative matter of policy alignment and legal risk, although it was in the documentation, it was available on the website.
To me it makes sense, so if you want in favour, please show hands.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep. So now we come to the other issues that were raised by submitters, and predominantly these were raised by the Methven Community Board and by the Retirement Village Association. Those issues were around improving the definition of non-residential development, and you would have heard Mr. Holmes on behalf of the Community Board speak about this yesterday. There was also a submission that no development should pay more than one development contribution, and then there were two matters raised by the Retirement Villages Association, one around lower DCs for retirement villages related to lower demand, and also adding the definition of retirement villages into the policy. I'm going to take each of these one by one. I'd note that these other issues have not been the subject of consultation. They've come out of it, but they weren't something we took to the community, so other people in the community haven't had the opportunity to comment on them. And my view is that you've got essentially three options with each of these. You could consider the submission and decide to do nothing further about that. You could think that it's a good idea and do more work on it with a view to possibly consulting on it as part of the LTP in 2021. Or if it's only a small change, you could consider it and accept it. In terms of the definition of non-residential development, one of the things that was said in the submission was that policy definitions should be clear and that it is not a good thing to leave officers having to run around and interpret what the policy means. And I think officers would agree. We much prefer to have clear rules, clear expression of council's intent, rather than find ourselves having to make political type decisions. The submitter in the submission said that farm sheds, cow sheds, etc. should be exempt from development contributions. While we support the principle of clarity, we felt that the examples cited in the submission weren't actually particularly unclear. The definition says that cow sheds and buildings used for raising chickens and pigs fit within the definition of a fundamental place of work, but a hay barn doesn't. And so when we get an application to build a hay barn, we know we don't charge a DC. If we get an application to build a milking shed, we could charge a DC. We wouldn't charge it for water or wastewater because our dairy farms are not connected to township water supplies. And we would charge 1 DC for community infrastructure. So the part of the definition of non-residential development that is perhaps requiring the most discretion and interpretation from staff is the phrase a fundamental place of work. So if I go back to the slide we had up a moment ago, if we're going to, if you want to do work on the definition of non-residential development, in particular what do we mean by a fundamental place of work, this is not a small change. This is potentially quite a tricky thing to change. And so if you want us to look at this more closely, I'd invite you to ask us to review it and bring you back further advice with a view to consulting on it within the LTP. This is not something I would encourage you to start changing today.
Councillors. Councillor Mackay?
What problems, if any, have we had an interpretation of people outside council on this matter?
I'm not aware that we've had many. What typically happens with non-residential development is where we have issues, it's around our calculation of the demand and the number of HUEs that are involved. And what happens in practice is that Mr. Guthrie, and I'm trying to think of use of surname, they have a very, well, they've described to me how they approach it with the customers. It's pretty customer friendly. They work through the problem, they identify the actual demand, and generally they get those things resolved. And so we don't get hung up on the definition of what kind of place of work it is. We work out what's the bill going to be and is it reasonable, and the experience has been that it gets sorted. So if you're asking, okay, is it broken, does it need fixed, the answer is it doesn't yet appear broke.
So it doesn't need fixing. Councillors? Leave it as it is or work it in further? I'll go to Neil. Neil, you've got a question.
Yeah, I'm not sure about leave it if it's not a problem, but it could be in the future. So why not sort it out now? We've had a submitter talk about it, and you recommended, I think, to ask for more work to be done on it. Richard, I think you asked that. And I think it's probably wise that we perhaps do a little bit more work on it to make it clear in our minds what we're actually going to do work on or not. I'm just a wee bit unclear at the moment.
Other slide, the first one or the small one?
This one?
Yes, that's the one.
I would say that I fell short of recommending that you do more work on the idea, but if you'd like more work done, then I'm happy to do it.
Okay, so there's 3 options there. I hear Neil is quite happy with number 2. Would it be right? And Lynn as well. Okay, I'll put the same. Okay, do more work on the ID, possible policy by 2021. Show of hands, please, from councillors. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got a majority there to develop that ID.
The submitter here said that any development should only have to pay 1 development contribution no matter what is built. And this really only comes into play when we're talking about non-residential activities. And our position on non-residential activities is that regardless of the type of development, it only pays 1 DC for community infrastructure. But it may pay more than 1 DC for water and wastewater if we believe it's going to generate a demand that is more than a single household. So a high consuming activity, we used to talk about wet industries. If you had an industrial park and somebody was doing a vegetable processing type facility that used a lot more water than one household, that it was appropriate for the development contribution to reflect that higher level of demand. So in this case, in the principle that development contribution should reflect the demand as a key principle in the Act. So I don't agree with the submitter, and I don't think that you should agree with them either.
So you don't agree, so you...
My advice is that this is one that, if we go back to that slide on the 3 options, this is one you should consider and dismiss, would be my advice.
Okay. Fine. Councillors? Consider and dismiss? Got a direction, right.
We had a very interesting submission from the Retirement Village Association on development contributions, and I say it was interesting to me. I found their argument around rates kind of invited you to go down a funnel that you probably don't want to go down. But in terms of DCs, they were arguing that retirement village on a per unit basis use less water, less wastewater, less roads, less community infrastructure than households, and it's pretty good evidence to support this, and a great many councils, including Ashburton District Council, recognise this in their development contribution policies. We don't. So, in effect, what happens in Ashburton District, because it's a non-residential development, is that Yusuf and Andy will calculate based on the number of beds shown in the plans, because we set development contributions at building consent. We don't know how many people are going to be in the units. Based on the beds and based on Appendix 4 to our policy, which itself is based on a 2004 study that looks at how different types of non-residential development, how much water and wastewater demand they generate. And we come to a number that we apply, and our number is a bit higher than the numbers that Mr. Collins spoke about. However, they are less than what a residential house would pay. So there are 2 reasons why our numbers are lower than theirs. One is we look at the number of beds and they look at the average number of occupants, and what they said was that the average number of occupants in Ashburton was 1.19 persons and the average nationally is about 1.3. And this is because often people, husbands and wives, go into a unit together and eventually one of them passes on, and so some 2-person units have 1 person living in them. We count the beds at the start, and if there's 2 beds, then there's 2 people. The other thing is that the figures that we use, in terms of the actual amount of water consumed, are lower than the Auckland numbers that they referred to. Auckland Water Care assess it as 200 litres per person today, and we think it's more like 250 litres per person today. I've looked at a number of other councils, and they all come up with different ways of skinning this particular cat. And I had given to Philippa to go up on Stella some other examples of what happens in other South Island councils. So where to from here. I'm reluctant. I see this a little bit like where I think some of you might have been coming to in terms of rates. Our policy uses these figures based on a 2004 study, and that 2004 study is still one of the very few of its kind in New Zealand. A number of councils have ended up with different things because they've actually had meters for some time and they've actually studied what the demand is across different commercial developments, etc., and they've come up with their own numbers. If we are going to accept the submission from the Retirement Village Association, then we've created our first exception to the consistent basis upon which we start our assessment for all sorts of different types of developments. So while I respect the work that's gone in from the Retirement Village Association, I sort of view this a little bit as a thin end of a wedge for us, and I'm reluctant to recommend it to you.
So the dismiss version is the better version.
Yeah, I think that the time to change how we do this might be when we actually have comprehensive data based on our own experience of businesses in Ashburton, rather than being picked off one by different industries.
It was a real slick presentation I found, and I certainly could pick some holes in there as well, just with some of the things that were said. So I agree with that. Councillors, we've got John.
There's an old saying, lies, damned lies, and statistics. And what we've got here is a very clever use of figures to justify your own ends. I believe the figures that they've got, but I do not believe that it changes the argument that we should do anything about our DFCs.
Thank you, John. Annette?
Yes, I'm opposed to this submission as well, and whether they would pass on the rates, the discount, and to me this is only going to open the floodgates to other future developments that we may see in the future. So yeah, I think we should dismiss it.
May I say we dismiss this? Hands show. Oh, you want to talk about it? Well, please. I don't have anyone showing up here.
If I could say something, I support their submission. Well, glad to see their submission here and talk about it. As Richard said, the numbers might not be quite right. I think we might need to do a few numbers here to see if they're right. I do have some sympathy for them, and it's just for retirement villages. It's not for any other developments, only retirement villages. If they're using less of the services, perhaps we should charge them a little bit less to join them. I'm not sure what more work you can do, though.
Tony.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to clarify, the Retirement Village submission presented by Mr Collins, so the written submission, he's made a submission into the Revenue and Finance Policy, which Paul has just pointed out to me we didn't cover off. We'll jump back to that after this, and that was around rates. And then they also made a separate submission to the Development and Financial Contributions around what Richard is talking about here. So if we can try and just keep the two issues separate, because we'll go back and have a discussion around the actual rates, which was the main crux of the conversation yesterday in the presentation. Thank you.
There's other councils from their examples that have that give them lower HUEs. Selwyn's one, which is next door, so they've obviously looked at it and seen some merit in it. I'm not sure we need to do any more work on it or not. Or have we enough information here to make a decision, Richard?
The work that we could do would be to look at what water meter consumption information we have from our existing villages and see how that compares with the development contributions that we charge them at the time of the development. Happy to do that work. Not sure how long it will take to pull together, but happy to look at that. I'm encouraged that Mr McCann is nodding Good.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sweet is there. Okay, so we can do that. Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think we should keep the development contributions for retirement villages exactly the same as everybody else. So that's that. As far as the rating way we do it, I think that's a completely different thing, utterly and completely. So I'm dead in favour of leaving the development contributions the same, and whether we would discuss the rates today or another day, that's, I don't know.
Thank you. Angus?
I agree with Councillor Wilson, and just on the rating one, Ashburton is well noted by independent surveys that were in the lower quartile anyway, so it could be argued that they're getting a 75% discount already.
And it was my feeling too. Thank you for that. So that's great. So where do you want to go? So we... Yeah, one at a time. So which one first?
Would you like us to do more work on this with the water meter?
Just the
analysis
water meter
or
one for a
not?
start, that's it? Just to see what's going on? Okay. Councillor's happy with that?
I actually don't think we need to do any more work on this, quite frankly.
Okay. Okay, but everyone else is quite happy to go. Yeah, do the water one and we see from there. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Sorry, Stuart.
No, I don't agree, because you'll have people that live in a council flat saying, or a commercial flat saying, I only used, there's only a little old lady on my own and I only used a little bit of water and my daughter does the washing, and we have to be very careful if we start making exceptions for water rates, I think. So.
Yes, yeah, these things. Yep. I go for show of hands, please. That we just go to see how much water we've got out of that or getting used in that village. Excuse me, my voice is going. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 against.
So we don't do anything.
Well, whatever you say.
Right, this is no reduction, no direction.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go.
I was just, I might be making an assumption. I was on that assumption, then you don't want us to go and do any further investigations?
It's half and half, so it's one of those. It's my, okay. No, don't leave it sit. We're going to make something. I hate doing it, but I'm going to say 2 hands, yes, we're going to have a look at it. Then we know where we are. Yes. As a chair, I normally don't like doing that, but that's fine.
The last submission that Mr. Collins made was about adding the definition of retirement villages into our policy. If, as a result of the extra work, we decide to make a change to our policy in regard to retirement villages, then I would accept his advice that we should include the definition that he recommended. If, on the other hand, we choose not to make that change to the policy, then the definition becomes redundant. So I would wait and see what comes out of the discussion on that information, and then either add it or not, as logically follows.
Yeah. Everyone happy with that? Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So hang on.
Sorry.
It's leaving it exactly how it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that brings the discussion on development contributions to a close. I think I need to hand back to Tony or Paul to talk about rates and retirement villages.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you go to your revenue and financing policy, revenue and financing submission summary booklet to page 37, you'll see where we have summarised Mr. Collins's submission effectively from yesterday, and there is a staff comment off to the side.
Say it one more time, the page?
Page 37, please.
37, the last page.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Summary booklet. Yep, the wee skinny one.
That one. The last page.
Oh, sorry.
Differentials and add administrative complexity. Is that the one?
That's the one. I'll get Paul to speak to the detail of differentials.
Through Mr. Chairman, yeah, differentials do add complexity to the rating, but trying to identify what the benefit or less of a benefit is to a retirement village from your roading network or your public library is quite difficult to quantify. And that assumes, presumably, that everybody in a retirement village doesn't use the public library, they just use their on-site library. It gets into a difficult area, it can be done, but there have to be some arbitrary assessments done in this area, and yeah, I'm not sure that it's worth doing. But you can certainly guide us on whether you want work done on it.
Through Mr. Chair, I think there's also an issue of opening up a debate for many other ratepayers, and you might find that all those who have an existing swimming pool might make a case that they don't need to pay for a public swimming pool, or those that don't have a car because they haven't got a driver's license shouldn't be paying for roads. And if you're inclined to accept the RVA's submission on rates, then there's quite a complicated piece of work in trying to then think about where that's going to lead for the balance of your rating system.
I did yesterday. Angus.
Mr. Chairman and councillors, I actually thought the submission was a very good submission. It created a lot of thought in the thought processes. It was very well presented, and as I said earlier, I think maybe it's worth noting that they have built in the lower quartile rating districts of New Zealand, and they're in a cheaper place to start with, and leave it at that. But it did create some thought. That's about as far as it goes, I believe.
Okay.
Very, very good submission.
Neil.
Yeah, just on the rating, they talk about $2,600 per annum per unit. Can we compare that with other residential facilities in, say, Selwyn or Auckland, or in places that they talked about, to see what the rates would be there, just to see if Angus is correct that they are getting a 75% discount, or the rates are cheaper here anyway. Can we just not, let's just find out a little bit about that?
We can go and do that work, yes.
And the other question I have is, it's a gated community, and they mentioned that they provide the roads and the street lights and the stormwater, etc. Not sure about the stormwater, the roads and the lights anyway in there, footpaths, but we don't pay for them because they're theirs. They're not transferred over to the council. So the question is, are we charging them to look after those roads and footpaths and street lights, which they are looking after? Because if we are, we probably shouldn't be.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, we can check that, but I would imagine that we take no responsibility for looking after those, and therefore they're not included in our expenditure budgets. And because they're not included in our expenditure budgets, then no one, them or any other ratepayer, is being charged for the maintenance of those gated footpaths and roading behind the gate. So.
But they probably would through their capital value.
No, because the capital value rate will be paying for the maintenance that we're budgeting to do on the infrastructure, which does not include their infrastructure. So no one's getting charged for the maintenance of that because we're not doing it, so they're not getting charged.
So when they get a rating value done by QV, they would have to exclude the rates and the roads and the footpaths and the street lights out of it.
No, the rating, the capital value is what QV believe is equalising the capital value of properties. So how we apply the rates against that capital value only represents what work we're doing. So you're trying to equate the capital value with the cost of looking after the infrastructure, and they're two different things. So they are not getting charged for anything, any work done behind their gate. That's their responsibility.
Are they paying for it though?
they're not paying for it because their capital value does not take into account their eroding or even our eroding. It doesn't take into account that. It just takes into account the market, a proxy for a market value of the property.
It's like other private lanes in this district. It's owned by the people who are living on the lane. Okay, Liz, you again.
Me again.
Oh, you can.
And yeah, I mean, good submission, and but I question about the rates rebate. It didn't seem to add up in my mind how that all works. So yeah, just a thank you, and that'll do, I think.
Stuart.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question. To me, there's two parts of the retirement village. There's those that have got units, like little houses, 1 or 2 bedrooms, and it says in here, those in aged residential care that are in the, got a little flat in the wing. There's two different charges, I guess. We charge rates to those that have got their individual units, but those that are in not the hospital part, but the community part, how are they charged? Is it the owner pay rates on his value, or does each individual person pay a water rate that's in those units, or how does that work?
What I understand happens is that council calculates the rates for the entire complex, and for the individual resident to claim a rates rebate, they get a document from the owner that says Mr. Wilson's share of the rates for Lockley Village is X $100, and that's the documentation that you would put in support of your rates rebate application. So the owner of the village does an apportionment of the rate cost if it was actually being shared out across all of the residents. Presumably people with a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom villa pay a bit more than the person who's in a small unit compared with the person who's in a hospital bed. I don't know exactly how the apportionment works, but that's what happens so that the rates rebate scheme can work.
Well, yeah, John's like this one first. John? Then come back.
Yeah, I asked the submitter yesterday, I said, well, if you want a special rate, what about some cocky owns 2,000 hectares and is completely self-contained, the only thing he uses is the roads? Should he not also be entitled to a special rate? So basically, if you start doing it for one, you've got to do it for everyone, and then it becomes just a schmozzles.
Stuart, back to you.
Carrying on from what Richard said, it's arbitrary from the owner, perhaps, and if you've just got a unit with a bed and just like a motel suite sort of thing, does the owner decide how much rates they have to pay compared to somebody with a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom unit? I thought the 3 or 2-bedroom unit would be a rateable entity, whereas somebody that's just got a room, in the corridor, that would be part of the owner's responsibility to pay the rates.
Rachel.
So the chair, rates are calculated on a property. So if a retirement village was on one property, it would get one rate, and then it's up to the owner how they apportion that. That's not something that we would do. If for example, if there was 3 flats and they were on 3 separate titles, then yes, we would be rating them separately. But if it's on one property with one owner, it's then up to the owner how they apportion that out across the people there. That's not something that we get involved in at all.
A supplementary.
Yeah, go for it.
If there's 50 people in that development, would they not have to pay more than one water connection, more than one sewage connection, more than one rubbish connection? Because I know somebody in Ashburton got a very small commercial building, and because he's got 2 tenants, he's got to pay 2 water rates, 2 rubbish rates, 2.
Yep.
Therefore, would they not have to pay 50 water connections, 50 rubbish, they do.
So again, through the chair, it's going to depend on how many separately used or inhabited parts are assessed as being on that property. So if it's 50, then yes, they will get 50 sets of certain rates, including, for example, the wastewater and things like that. But that does depend on how many separately used and inhabited parts are calculated as being part of the property. I don't know off the top of my head how that works for the buildings where they are in the main building, in a hospital wing, or in the just need a little bit more help. My understanding is that the separate units would be a completely separate user inhabited part, and so they would have additional rates within that overall property, but I can't tell you off the top of my head about the main buildings.
Thank you, Rachel. Neil?
So would a motel with, say, 10 rooms, units, would they get 10 UAGCs, 10 waters, 10 rubbish? The answer is yes. Thank you.
Any more questions, councillors? What do we have to do from now? That's it? Or do we have to sign something off?
If you could.
Or what do we decide?
From what I've heard in the room, there
Yep.
is no desire from council to create a separate, different type registered retirement village rate in Ashburton District. Am I correct?
I think you are correct with that. So
I'm good with that. Thank you.
I'd just like to know, do we
Yes.
charge a pan charge for somebody that's just, how do we charge those?
In the rest home, you mean?
Yes, yes. If somebody's just got a room with an ensuite, do they pay a full rate or do they just pay a pan charge to be connected to the general sewerage system?
Yeah, I think what I heard from our finance manager is that we charge on the basis of separately used and inhabited portion of a rating unit, and that to confirm what's happening with an individual retirement village, Rachel would need to look at the rate for that particular development. So that could be some information that we come back to you via email or something, so that you so that you know. But it comes down to the SUIP and our policy and how we define that.
That's the end of the day. Thank you all, councillors, staff. Oh, Neil,
One
sorry.
thing I should have had lunch at morning tea time, because when we talked about clubbing the wastewater, we have in Rakaya, we have a differential there.
You did, yeah.
Some has paid their loan off early when the scheme went in, and others
Yeah.
decided not to. So there's a lot of, or some residents out there who don't have a loan. And if we club it, it doesn't seem fair. So you'll have to do some work, I'd think, around that, fair it up for them.
But that part that didn't pay yet, it is a loan or not?
It's
Because
not
they
the
still
bit that
pay
they
it
haven't
off, is
paid,
it?
because everyone in
Yeah.
the district hasn't
Yeah.
paid, they've all got a loan. There's some at Rakaya who have no loan, they paid it already. So it's them, the ones that.
Yeah. Oh, Paul.
Through Mr Chairman, the loan part will be kept out of the club and kept separate to take account of that. And then when it's disappeared, of course, then it'll be full club. But the loan portion will not be part of the club rate, because that would then treat those who have paid it and those who haven't differently.
Yeah. So when we go out with a long-term plan, it'll be in there to explain.
Yes, yes, that's correct, and it'll disappear, that loan rate will disappear after year 2. It's out there somewhere, and it's not far away from actually being fully paid.
Good.
Okay, thank you all, and we see most of you back tomorrow. I hope I'm here. I see how my voice is going in the rest of the body. Thank you all.